Step into the shadows with Paranormal M, where every story uncovers a new haunting mystery. Subscribe now and ring the bell to ensure you never miss an episode. The supernatural awaits your discovery. Haunted House Happenings. So, for some quick context. I, a 33-year-old female, have always been a believer in the paranormal. Though, besides a few small instances that could be written off in my preteen years, I can't say that prior to this, I'd ever really experienced anything. My fiancé, a 37-year-old male, had experienced things prior to this, but he does remain skeptic to this day. Apologies in advance, this is going to be kind of long. Feel free to skip this paragraph bit, but I promise it's pertinent information. About 5 years ago, myself and my fiancé, as well as one of our mutual best friends, who we're going to call Kyle. He's a 36-year-old male. We'd been living together for a few years, and at the height of lockdown during the pandemic, decided to start a round-table-style stream on Twitch. That's where we talked all manner of nerdy things. We decided about 6 months into this to look for a house, as at the time 3 people, 2 dogs, and a whole semi-professional stream setup were crammed into a 2-bed apartment. And our lease was coming to an end anyways. We ended up signing a lease for a 5-bed home, which came with an insanely affordable price tag. The house was weird as all hell, in the sense of the layout. 2 stories with each story split into 2 subfloors, so essentially a 4-story home, including a fully finished basement. It's about half a story lower than the ground floor. And when I say fully finished, I mean it was essentially a full-on basement apartment, including a small sort of living room, a bed and a bath, and a laundry room. Kyle claimed that for himself. The main living room and kitchen were on the top 3rd floor, and half a story up was the master suite, the 2 smaller bedrooms. Very odd in general, but it worked as we all had a bedroom and a home office, and we all set up the basement living room as our streaming studio. The night we moved in, I was upstairs unpacking boxes in the master suite. That was while my fiancé and some friends were down in the garage. They were organizing some storage boxes. I remember the hair on the back of my neck stood up suddenly. And out of nowhere, something made a very loud "ha" sound in my ear. Almost like somebody whispering "hi," but only making the H sound. Nailed it. I immediately booked it down into the garage. And it was to explain away as me being overtired or maybe hearing a plastic bag rustling in the room. I wasn't convinced, but I didn't want to push the point. Not long after that, our dog started to act up. For context, there was a very odd window in the master shower. It was large and had no screen or blind, and was literally in the wall facing out over the side of the house. It could be seen into the, kind of directly by both our next-door neighbor and the neighbor whose backyard was catty-corner from ours. I'm a tall gal, but luckily it was high enough in the wall that I wasn't putting on a show in the shower. The master bathroom also wasn't separated by a door. It was just an archway into the bathroom from the bedroom area. We had both agreed that the window gave us an unsettling feeling of being watched at night, even as it was on the 2nd floor. But then, our dog started growling into the darkness of the bathroom at night. We decided to hang a curtain to mitigate the creepiness factor of that. They would still sometimes sort of push their heads past the curtain from the bedroom and growl, which was lovely. The next issue that started to occur was an overwhelming fear of being watched when I was alone in the basement. Kyle would often travel for weeks at a time. His job was, fully remote, and he would go stay with a significant other for as long as a month at a time. It wasn't an issue when we first moved in. I would go on about my laundry and nothing was weird. But as time passed, I would feel actual gut-churning dread if I was in the basement, and each time I went to the laundry room, regardless of the AC running or any outside factor. The door to the room would inevitably slowly be pushed shut behind me. Never once happened when, another person was down there with me. But it struck a primal fear in me each time I was down there alone. The door closing in wasn't really scary per se, but coupled with the overwhelming feeling like I was being watched turned into the intense feeling of being hunted, like something wanted to trap me in the room. The worst occurrence happened late into the night one weekend long. It was after we had all returned to work. All of us are night owls, and as such, I was still awake around 3 a.m. watching a movie in the bedroom. That was while my fiancé was across the hall in his office playing video games. I must have drifted off to sleep and been awoken by something in the movie. But I had my first and only experience with sleep paralysis that night. Couldn't talk, couldn't move, struggled to breathe. What was likely only 30 seconds or so felt like hours. But once it passed, I called for my fiancé and he helped me calm me down from such a scary experience. I later turned in and went to sleep. Sometime around 4 in the morning, that was only for him to burst into the room, shake me awake, and ask if I had just been in his office. I'm sure I had a grumpy look on my face when I asked if he recalled how I was asleep, and he had to wake me up to even ask me. But he looked actually shook, which woke me up pretty quickly. He told me how he had been in the middle of a match when he saw somebody walk into his office from the door behind his chair. And he wears glasses, and glasses wearers know you can sometimes catch reflections like that, Assumed it was me waiting for his match to end. Typically, if it's a non-emergent situation, I wait, and then he'll move his noise-canceling headphones. Nose-canceling headphones. He'll move his headphones to the side so we can talk. He went about playing until something suddenly jerked the back of his office chair backwards so hard that he almost fell. Other weird things happened in that house. Bumps in the night, taps on the walls and from the attic. Our dogs being weird and sometimes either not wanting to go in the backyard at night or not wanting to come inside from the backyard. Feeling like you shouldn't go down the long hallway upstairs at night. Stayed there for 3 years and the energy of the house got progressively worse and worse. Eventually we moved out. Haven't had anything weird happen since. Not sure what was in that house or what happened there before we moved in, but I've never experienced anything like it before. And I hope I never do again. Ask Reddit. I have a fairly large property for where I live, about 4.5 acres. On this property, there's my house and a barn. This isn't your typical red door farm barn, but rather like another home-like structure that's basically just another house, minus the plumbing, which we use for equipment and storage. This barn had an upstairs room that has a bunch of friends and, that a bunch of friends and I used to use as a hangout for drinking and smoking. That was before any of us got our own place. It's important to note that there's a set of creaky wooden stairs leading up to the room that made a very distinct sound when somebody walked up, and it was very easy to hear in the room, so we always knew when somebody was walking up them. What happened in this story was confirmed by several other people that it happened to as well. No difference in story or the way that it would happen. The first time it happened was about 10 or 12 years ago. I was sitting alone up in the room by myself, one night after everybody left, just playing guitar and smoking some herbals. That's when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. I wasn't alarmed or anything because it really wasn't very out of place for random people to stop by at all hours to say hi or whatever. But I did think it was kind of strange that somebody was walking up the stairs now because I wasn't expecting anyone at that hour, and you can usually see someone pulling in the driveway. At least when I get to the house, and I didn't see anybody pull in. I hear slow footsteps coming up the stairs. First guess was my dad, as he had a very slow, methodical walk, and he was the only one that took the steps very slowly. Second guess was maybe some friends trying to prank me or sneak up on me. I hear a very slow, unmistakable knock on the door. I put on my sober face, fully prepared to open the door and talk to my father. Except, no one was behind the door when I opened it. Thought I could be going crazy and hearing things, but the sound of footsteps and knocking on the door was unmistakable. Chalked it up to being really high at the time, so I went back to the couch and resumed my guitar playing. 2 minutes later, now the spider sense is on full alert. I heard the footsteps again, slowly walking up the stairs, slowly knocking on the door. Not gonna lie, I was pretty freaked out at that point. I opened the door a second time. Nobody there. And after a mini panic attack, I gathered my stuff and went back to the house. Started to think that maybe the barn was haunted. It's possible, at least. It's an old property, and my house was built in the 1920s. Also, my property was right in the path of the Revolutionary War, so I'm sure there's a lot of activity throughout the years. But this was the first time anything like this happened. Weird part is that it never happened when there were multiple people in the barn. Only seemed to happen when one person was up there alone. And I didn't really hang out there alone too many times, as I usually went back to the house after everyone left. But there was another time when a friend got too banged up at my house, asked to crash on the couch in the barn so he didn't have to drive home for about an hour away. No problem. Went to sleep in my room and he crashed in the barn. Woke up the next morning and he was gone. He was a lingerer, so it was very odd that he wasn't there in the morning. I called him up after I woke up to make sure he was okay, and then I told him the following story. Or he told me. Sleeping on the couch, and about an hour after you left, I was woken up by a knocking at the door. Thought you came back up there because you forgot something. But it was strange that you were knocking. Went to answer the door after the knocking wouldn't stop, and I opened the door and there's no one there. Went back to sleep, and 5 minutes later I woke up again to knocking on the door. After I opened the door again and there's no one there, I immediately get into the car and drove home just scared out of my skin. There was one or two other stories that paralleled pretty much exactly these, other encounters. I had up there, along with other people, seen floating misty things around the barn at one point or another. So I guess it's pretty safe to say there's something paranormal happening in that barn. Never felt malicious or threatening, so I don't think anybody was in danger. But I still get the willies thinking about it. Still live on the property, and I just don't really go up into the barn at night alone anymore. My encounters. My first when I was a child, around 7 or 8. We had a black cocker spaniel type of a dog who hated me. She bit me a few times, but it was probably annoying her, which is fair enough. I always remember her sleeping in the cat's basket. Anyway, I was a naughty child and never wanted to go to bed, kind of alone on my own, really. I had been sent to bed one night and I had a small box TV in the corner of my room. It was on a stand, so it was high up on the wall. When the TV was off and the landing light was on my door open, I could see the reflection into the hallway. So this night I'm crying and begging for my mom to come upstairs as I usually would. I looked at the TV and I could see my dogs out on my door. My dog had died. Not sure how long before I saw. Point being, she had passed away. And P.S. No one ever came to me after all my cries. I still remember it now so vivid, and I'm 28. Another time I was about 19 and living with my dad. Came in late one night through the back door where you had to walk through the kitchen into the dining room, then into a hallway where the stairs were. It was late, as I mentioned, and I didn't want to wake him, so I didn't turn any lights on. When I walked in the dining room, it was almost like I'd walked into someone or something. It knocked me back, but after shining my light, nothing was really there. Another story which still creeps me out. Me and 2 friends and 2 dogs went to like a wooded area, and that area also had caves. It was winter, so it was dark. We went into a few caves, no biggie. We get to the last cave, which is literally a kind of crack in the ground that you climb down into, and just goes down further until you reach a small opening you had to crawl through. And for some reason, I just really didn't want to be in this cave. It just gave off weird vibes. Kept just trying to tell my friends I wanted to leave, and I just didn't like it. They told me to chill, and we would leave after they had a smoke. Finally started to calm down a little bit when suddenly, one of the dogs started going mad. It was barking into the darkness toward the only exit. I was so scared. I've never been that scared in my life. I was physically shaking. It was awful. Isn't it weird how I didn't want to be there, and then that happened? Playful ghost at the wall. So my mother gave her house, which I grew in, to the church. They converted the front yard into a church, and the pastor lives in the house. We've experienced a lot of minimal ghostly encounters there. The scariest encounter was when me and my siblings were the only one left in our house. That's because my mother would go out for some prayer meetings. Sometimes they would cast demonic possessions. I was about 8 or 9 years old back then, so I heard 3 knocks on the door and immediately opened the door. That was since I was excited to see my mom. But then, no one's at the door. Then I heard another 3 knocks. I ran to open the door and no one was there, and so we heard another knock, and when I ran to open the door, my sister stopped me and proceeded to check below the door. We also checked the front and side windows, but no one was there. So my sister secured the doors. Then we heard another 3 knocks, and we began looking at each other, and that was it. Those were the times when my mother had recently cast out a possessed individual. Now that I take a visit to my childhood friend who now lives in her house, she mentions about a ghost of a man in one of her rooms. It's where we've seen our stuffed toy quickly turned around and her bed would move, like someone's laying bedside. My mom would also feel where there seems to be something knocking the ground wherever she prays. My friend also claims that there's a ghost of a child playing with her child. Then now, as I read some ghost stories, I began to remember that I used to see a white ghostly apparition of a smiling girl. She was outside the wall of the other room, just sort of fronting the room me and my siblings used to sleep, since our doors usually open at night. There are a lot more creepy stories that I've encountered, especially in my grandma's house, wherein the one is living, or we sort of call it the encanto, identified as something that could disguise themselves as living individuals that could possibly lure you into, I guess you could call it their enchanted place, inside a tree. Ghosts are identified as spirits of the dead. For my own understanding, disguising themselves as spirit of the dead. Encanto, which is Filipino, are the demonic creatures. Some are identified as nature fairies. Though, for my understanding, raised Christian, mind you, they're all fallen angels and they're categorized as different entities. Well, today is Halloween, and as somebody who's raised a Christian, I shouldn't be accustomed with these things as part of the celebration. But honestly, I really like talking about these stuffs because of various, personal experiences. As for these encantos that can lure you into their enchanted house and lure you to be their lover, I've heard some stories from my relatives who have encountered the unseeable entity that lured my other relative to be their girlfriend, who claimed to hear the footstep and the smell of aroma on the smell The aroma of sampaguita, of the enchanted lover. Sampaguita. Maybe. Clowning around in the woods. This is something creepy that really happened to me. When I was a kid, my family lived in a neighborhood that backed up to a pretty good-sized wooded area with lots of big green trees and foliage. There were trails, and they weaved through the area between all the houses and backyards. I used to play a lot back there with the other neighborhood kids, running through the woods, climbing trees, or swinging from vines and branches. My mom had a small group of close friends from high school, and some from college. They all had children about the same time as she did. My friend Jason was one of them. He and I were the same age and got to hang out quite often. Spent a lot of time playing with Legos, trains, action figures, slot cars, Hot Wheels, and other toys, as well as playing outside with tricycles. Sometimes even bicycles or scooters, running around with our imaginations going wild. We spent a lot of time in the woods behind the house. My family, my mom, dad, little sister, and I moved away from there when I was about 7 years old. But we would still make trips back to visit friends and family. I'd get to see Jason every few years. Sometimes we would drive through the neighborhood to see the old house again. The woods always looked a lot smaller than how I remember seeing them as a kid. But I have very vivid memories of that place. When I was in my early teens, on one of these visits with Jason, when we were alone, our parents and family in another room, he asked, "Do you remember that time when me and you saw a clown in the woods behind your old house?" This question caught me off guard. That's because I had no recollection of this happening. Sounding very confused, I asked, "What? A clown in the woods?" I was puzzled because if something like this happened to me as a child, I'm sure I would have been traumatized and remember it forever. He answered, "Yeah. We were running through the woods, just me and you. Went around a bend in the path, and there was a clown standing there, staring at us. We freaked out, turned around, and ran all the way back to your house." I've never been afraid of clowns. Jason is definitely afraid of clowns. I've always wondered why some people are. I know it's not uncommon, maybe because of movies. But anyway, as I, said, imaginations would run wild playing G.I. Joe in the woods, pretending to be Ninja Turtles or other superheroes. Wasn't sure how much of Jason's memory was fabricated or, at least embellished. Like maybe something happened that I don't think was a big deal, but to him maybe was. Kinda just brushed it off, saying I didn't remember anything like that happening. We continued to hang out until it was time to leave. Every once in a while, the memory of him, asking this question would come back, making me wonder for some part of it being true. A few years later, a little bit further into my teens, went back in to visit family and friends. I got to see Jason again, and just like before, when we were alone, he asked, "Do you remember that time we saw a clown in the woods behind your house?" I answered, "Dude, I remember you asking me about that before. I don't remember anything like that happening. And are you sure you're not just making it up? Maybe it's just a dream you had, perhaps." He said, "I swear it happened. We were running through the woods, just you and me. We came around a bend and saw a clown standing there staring at us. Freaked us both out, and we basically just froze there. And I remember looking over at you, and you were just looking back at me, all wide-eyed. We were both so scared that we ran back to your house as fast as we could." I sat there in silence, processing what he said, and I don't even know if my mind was playing tricks on me. But this time I did have a faint recollection of this actually happening. However, in my mind, there's no way it could have been an actual person. I had a vision of one of those inflatable clown punching toys that would pop up after you punch it over and over, sort of looking half deflated and sad, hanging from a tree branch. I told Jason this, and there's no way it could have been a real clown. Maybe his brain was just making things up. We were just kids after all. He was adamant that this actually happened, and that it was a real clown. It was just standing there in the woods staring at us. Eventually, we moved on to another subject. Don't really talk about it again. Many years later, in my mid-20s, my family made another trip back there. Even as an adult, James brought it up to the whole thing again. Conversation this time was much shorter. I recall saying something like, "That's so weird, I can't remember anything like that ever happening, but now that you brought it up every time I visit, it's almost like maybe it could have been real." And here I am at 40 years old. Every once in a while I think about Jason and the clown in the woods. I'm not sure if my brain is manifesting memories, and I have no way of knowing if any part of this recollection is true. There's definitely a faint memory in my mind that I can't deny. Even though we're still concerned to be our parents, we asked him about it since. I wonder if he would remember it. Could the ghost of my grandfather still be wandering my house? First, a little backstory. My grandmother and grandfather moved in with my family in 2018 in May. I was about 12 at the time. My grandmother and I were extremely close. 2012, they had a stroke, leaving him paralyzed. Got an infection in his leg, leading to it becoming amputated. My grandmother could basically no longer care for him, so they moved in with us. Fast forward 3 months, and he passed away on August 3rd, 2018, in my basement in his bedroom. Last year, 2024, I would have been 17 at this time, sleeping in my basement on Grandma's couch. No reason whatsoever. Maybe I was just more comfortable down there. It was about 10-12 feet from his bedroom. I woke up in the middle of the night and I could smell him. I know how weird this sounds, but it was literally a scent. Smell mixed with aqua velva and Irish Spring. Just kind of typical old man smell, but so distinct to him. I pointed, just kind of, sorry, I'm going cross-eyed over here. I pinpointed it right to his smell once I noticed it. Looked around and noticed his bedroom door was open, which it was, but my grandma always left it open anyway. The smell lingered for about 2 minutes and then left, and haven't smelled it since. Could this have been my grandfather visiting or watching over me? All the paranormal bits and pieces squeezed out from my life. If you're interested. I think it's a little important to mention that my late grandmother from my mother's side used to communicate with the dead. Usually her family members. She saw them in the dark windows of her apartment or received messages from them in her dreams. They were always outside, never coming in. So there was always a barrier of glass between them and her. Once she proved it definitely by telling the living members of the family about a letter that was about to be delivered from the government. Grandma told them precisely what it will include. Pre-internet times, and she was very specific. She told me once that some part of her family comes from 2 Belarusian children saved during war. They were saved by traveling gypsies, and they learned their craft, quote-unquote, and passed it down, but less and less each generation. None really knows the details of their ancestry anymore. Other than that, Grandma was able to predict somebody passing either via dreams, in which she saw teeth of said person falling out, or by a precognition brought by some little black spirit that she was never able to tell more about. She described it as a little black ball passing through the floor of the room. I am way, way younger than my siblings, so she didn't speak much time with me. She did with my siblings, though. One time she took my sister somewhere, I'm not sure where. I'll have to ask her. And as they were driving the bus or train, they saw an old castle or other old building that used to be owned by nobles. God, I really have to ask my sister about this incident to get more details. But anyway, my sister, was able to tell my grandma all the story of that place, from the perspective of somebody who lived there. Religion: Grandma was a deep Catholic believer. My parents, Protestants. So, moving on to my life. My earliest memories come from times when I couldn't be older than 1.5 or 2 years old. Diapers, milk bottles, but walking. We used to live in a flat in one of those post-communist Polish apartment buildings. Tiny rooms, old Eastern European carpets. Often, I would wake up, lay in bed, and hear voices speaking. That on its own isn't weird. The walls were thin, but it was either family members that couldn't possibly be there, or ones that were sleeping in the same room and were just lying silent. But their voices were calling me from behind the wall. Same goes for our old dog. He would sleep with me in bed, but I would hear a specific bark from somewhere else. As I grew older, it continued to happen from time to time. I have a memory from when I was around maybe 4. It's where my parents tell me that it's just from apartments next to ours and not to worry. I was little, so I didn't find it scary. It was just weird to me. At that age, I also had a weird reoccurring nightmare. A toy that falls down like a falling star and appears in our home. It was a doll that somehow rode like a car and couldn't climb. Her touch was burning my skin. So I was climbing on the counters and tables to run away. That one I really thought was just a nightmare up until 2025. When I was 5, we moved to our current home. The second home. But the first one never even lived here and didn't even finish the house. Voices followed. Now, I'm sure I could hear people. And they were not inside the house. Also, there were those little noises, like if mice or rats were behind the walls and furniture. I know, cliché, but that's what I heard. Things were giving out those little cracks way too often, especially when I was trying to go to sleep. I often ran to my parents to tell them about it, but they would always shrug it off. They said it was my imagination, or that the birds might be landing on the window or the roof, outside of my view. Or just, it's normal, go to sleep. When I was about 7, I saw a shadow person or shape, like shifting thing. It was slightly like a lava lamp. I do wear strong glasses, and I was without them when I woke up from an after-dinner nap, and I noticed it. There is no other explanation for anything else to be possible to be standing in the middle of my room in the afternoon, tall, black as a void, and moving slightly. I was so scared I couldn't even squeak. So I hid underneath my covers until somebody came to wake me up. As soon as the doors opened, I jumped from that room. Never happened a second time. Around that age, I also discovered that I can tell when a dream is actually a dream and force myself to wake up. For a couple of years, it was the tapping, cracking, usual stuff. I learned to play with it a little bit. If I couldn't sleep, I would whisper, "Play the piano." And slowly, I would hear some quiet piano music. We had one in a different room, and actually still the same house. Not sure why, but I never tried anything else. I think I was too scared. As I was around 12 in the early 2000s, I started to explore heavy music and metal and goth and punk subcultures. And along with that, esoteric sites and books. I literally devoured anything outside of Christian views. That's because I was starting to hate the church that we were attending. Starting to see the deeply running hypocrisy. I gulped down ghost stories, horror books, documentaries of ancient civilizations, and religions, to be honest, really. Didn't really change much. My tastes just matured a bit. I was kind of used to having nightmares or just dreams with such stuff. Thought it was actually cool because I learned how to lucid dream because of it. Didn't always work though. Waking up was still easy, but changing the world around it, turning back to nightmares was difficult. A few months later, something weird started happening. Often in the morning, as I'm leaving the house, I would have this persistent thought. Which parent would I prefer to die? Whoa. I remember this well because I had a diary. It was where I would put all my weird thoughts, ideas, teenage stuff, and I wrote about it there, marking the dates. It's important that you know it happened before October 2007. I didn't want to decide, but quietly deep inside I always picked my mom. By that time, she was pretty depressed and sometimes aggressive and kind of yelling. I've seen her slap my adult sister and throw stuff. Rarely even walking outside and just smoking, reading romances in one small, unfinished bathroom in the house. My father, he was a workaholic, but I loved spending time with him. Never raised his voice, was always kind and fair. Then I started to dream almost every night about dying animals. There were always cats and dogs, many of them. They were inside the house, and I would either find them dead in my dream, or they would die as soon as I touched them. I literally saw the life leaving their bodies. Sometimes they then stood up, and I knew that they were reanimated corpses, and so I forced myself to wake up at this point. Some months after this started, my mother started to appear in those dreams. She would always run away from those animals screaming, and they would just run after her. I would wake up crying as soon as I could, and it was terrible. And then it happened, October 2007. My father woke me up in the middle of the night. The paramedics were already there. He told me to pray and return to the police downstairs. No one ever found out what was the cause. She started to choke in the middle of the night, but her airways were clear, so they wrote the cause to be a heart stroke. She died in the house before they could take her to the ambulance. Never saw her that day, really. My father didn't let me. Furthest I could go was the stairs, and from there I just saw her pale feet in the floor. Never got to say goodbye. The coffin was closed, and the funeral seemed unreal. The tapping and cracking and the voices went away. Nothing ever showed itself in the house, though my grandma told me to be careful because she had a dream of my mother coming for me to take me away. She didn't wear her usual clothes in that dream, but a dark gray-green cloak. Sometimes I could see her in my dreams, always silent and not really moving, not even smiling. I could ask her questions to which she would just nod and shake her head. She didn't always want to answer. Sometimes she just stood there. And those were the dreams I couldn't change even a little bit, or even forcefully wake up from. But even those eventually ended too. As a late teen/young adult, I tried a few seances, spells and such. Nothing much happened really. We used to make sleepover parties in the woods, and I've got lost during one. It was way past midnight and I couldn't see anything. My phone stopped working. I prayed to anything and everything so hard for it to just shine some light. Just a little bit. That way I could find my way back to the others. And it did. For a minute the screen went white. Never ever did, just this once. All white and bright. Then dead again. But found my way back. Coming back in time a little bit when I was around 16, decided to smoke a little weed with a friend on the balcony of my room. We were alone in the house, and under the influence we both could see shadow silhouettes crawling from the garden toward the balcony. I heard the piano music again, went inside, and I said, "Don't worry, we can't get inside the house anymore." I don't know why I said that, but somehow I just knew it was true. Years passed, and I'm 31 now. I'm with my husband and 2 kids. We live with my dad in the same house, saving up to build a new one on the land that we bought a year ago. Life is good. Still fear the garden when it's dark, but nothing ever happened again. I learned more of the old ways, Slavic, Northern, Celtic, some of the modern witchcraft. And I make sure to secure my house and children. Maybe it's all just a coincidence. But if there's even the slightest chance that it wasn't, then there's a little thing that separates the forces on the outside from us, then I want them safe. Clearly, Christianity alone wasn't doing the work for my parents. My son sometimes says he fears that somebody might break in and can't tell who he has in mind. My daughter, almost 3 years old, often wakes up and cries and screams without being able to say why, really. She asks for me to come, even if she's in my arms. So, I recently started to wonder if she means a mother from a previous life, maybe. I'm not sure if really probing about the subjects is a great idea, though. For now, I just like to think it's normal nightmares. So there's that as well. Grandma died a few years after my mother, though she was pretty adamant that one of my sister's daughters is her next reincarnation, and many things actually prove it to some extent. Character, day, month, hour of birth are the same, and more. Though it's a whole, really other story, not really mine to tell. Early spring 2025. My son is about to turn 7. Today I had a weird dream. We were in an old shop with oddities. A lady was selling some black metal band vinyls, and she told me I can have one for free if I pet a dying cat she has in the box. Whoa there. In the dream, I was concerned about the cat's well-being. I told her that I'll take the cat and we should just drive to the vet. When she opened the box, it ended up being some weird toy. It was moving on its own, trying to escape. Can't remember if it succeeded because my daughter woke me up with a shout. Though she didn't wake up, I listened for a while and noticed that my son wasn't sleeping. It was about 8 o'clock already, maybe 7:40-ish. Came to me and told me about this weird dream about a shark toy with 3 cats sitting on it. Told me the toy was driving into his room and the cats were cute, till the eyes of one of them changed like he was being hypnotized. His description. Cats attacked him. I calmed him down, telling him it was just a nightmare and everything's going to be okay. But I have this sick feeling in my guts telling it's about to happen again, and it's some sort of a cycle. And now that I think about it, everything recently breaks, mainly electronics. Like if the probability of negative things happening is maybe even higher. Other semi-paranormal things that happen. Tarot cards are always right and helpful when I use them. So are the runes. They can be very specific. Some of my friends and family experienced these things with me. My sister had tried them alone, though. A light bulb above her head shattered. On the beginning of 2025, I couldn't locate documents for a car I had made new ones for a couple of months back with. Looked everywhere and finally decided to just track them via psychic method. The Claires were on the edge in the middle of the height of the room, partially covered. Cold. Smell of paper and dust. There's a light, sort of little one, no total darkness. Ended up to still be in the office, even though I clearly remember taking them home. And as I watched the clerk getting them, sure thing, they were on a dusty shelf near the window. It was in transparent foil. Transparent foil. It was with other documents on a level of a desk. Also, old previously lost documents reappeared in the top of the pulpit in another car, next to the steering wheel. Like if somebody just placed them there. And yes, I searched there before. The closer it gets to some major event, like my kid being accepted to school, etc., I do have a strong precognitive feeling. Something telling me that it will be bad or good. I predicted both kids' sexes before doctors could, which I was driving there to ask. I knew my daughter wasn't accepted into kindergarten, just as I knew when my son was accepted to school. I I do have sort of I guess you could call it a feeling. It's when some job wouldn't work out well, or if somebody will go especially well. Though not everything brings these feelings, this is why I don't rely on them too much. I'm yet to see what the future brings. From my and my family's experiences, I can tell you for sure, there's more around than the eyes can see. Ask Reddit. This happened in 2016. I was at a local festival in my hometown with some friends. There's a big crowd, so I lost my friends, but I had a few beers. It was easy for me to make some small talk with some random folks. The young woman and the guy mentioned were among them. I'd guess he was in his late 40s. He looked really normal, nothing special about him. Talked to one of his female friends about the band playing and such, and suddenly, the guy asks me if I have a problem with my knee. I did, actually. I had a running injury. I didn't have a limp, and it would only hurt when I'm running. You couldn't tell by just looking at me. Then he explained to me that he can tell people about their injuries. That's because they're related with our past lives. Chronic or heavy pains, according to him. They're related to the way you died in a past life. Even though I didn't believe a word he said, I had fun with the conversation and asked him about my knee. I can do that too, but minus the past life part. He said that he could tell that I have an old soul, and that the knee injury might actually be one of my war wounds from my life as a legionnaire in the Roman army. He told me that he could tell that I died on a battlefield, and by the way, I'm from Western Europe. Still skeptical, of course. I asked him how he could throw all of that just by looking at me. It's just what I see now. I could do a session with you in one time and look in many more past lives. I passed on the opportunity, but I did ask him if I died from my knee injury. No, he replied. You died from a wound in your stomach. And suddenly he stepped toward me and slightly pressed his index and middle finger into my stomach. It felt like a taser, as if an electronic shock went through my whole body. Even my fingertips tingled. I suddenly bent forward in pain, and when I looked up, he and his friend just stood there smiling. He gave me his card and told me to call him if that made me curious. I just thanked him. I wished him all the best, tried to stay calm. But I was scared shitless. Saw one of my friends shortly after and told him what happened. Well, no beer for you anymore, he replied, and I laughed it off. Never saw the guy again, and I lost his card a long time ago. Still think about it from time to time, even though I still don't believe in a soul or the afterlife. Just can't get the idea that reincarnation might be real out of my head. Don't believe in a soul, huh? Ask Reddit. It's 2 a.m. Not a breath of sound. I sit at the diner table, just under the single light bulb eating frosted flakes. I am the only soul in the entire house. The family's gone and the doors are all locked. I feel tired, but the cereal is delicious. The light bulb suddenly flickers. Weird, that doesn't usually happen. Okay, back on. No problems, at least I can finish. Not 4 feet away, the back door opens. The door opens. Several things happen at this precise moment. And if you're able to capture it in slow motion, it would look like this. Milk and cereal splashing and scattering across the table. A spoon clinks on the floor. I've discovered the secret to human flight, and my body floats effortlessly 4 feet off the ground. My chair tumbles backward beneath me, but I give no heed. My mouth is open in horror, unable to make a noise. My eyes are locked on the door. The door. It swings open to the fullest amount. but all I can see is the blackness of the outside. When my feet touch the ground, I sprint several feet backward. I catch my breath. The door frame is still empty. Nothing appears to have moved the door, and I don't feel any wind. I can hear nothing. What the hell? After I gather courage, I investigate. The door handle is locked, but it must not have clicked completely when it was shut. I figure the house must have had some pressure change somewhere else, and the suction is what did it. And the light bulb died, I think, a few days after. So it was just random chance. I hope. A little girl lives in my parents' house. Hey everyone. In 2004, my mom and I moved into my stepdad's house. Some of the craziest, most unbelievable things have happened over the years. Excuse me. And as I was recalling some events to my husband, I realized I'd forgotten some of them, probably out of fear. Thought this would be the best place to remember them all. I'll answer any questions you may have also. And sorry, this is so long. First thing I can remember happening is the freezer door. It was a super innocent event and we didn't think anything of it at the time. We'd gotten grocery shopping, and after kind of just putting the frozen food in the freezer, the door would close just fine. But once you turned your back, it was wide open again. This happened time and time again throughout the rest of the night. Checked multiple times to make sure a box or something wasn't in the way of the suction. There's no reason for it to open by itself. While watching TV in the living room, the channel would change constantly. Not up a channel or down a channel either. For example, if I were in my 40s, it would go to channel 3 or 5. Or if I were in the 40s. Not my 40s. I got a new bed. One of the ones where there's drawers along the bottom of it, 3 on each side. Because my bedroom was so little, I had the bed pushed up against a wall, meaning that 3 of the 6 drawers were inaccessible. I was in the 4th or 5th grade at the time, otherwise known as too weak and little to move the bed myself. But random items of my mom started disappearing. One of her slippers, a couple of CDs, and some other things I can't remember. We thought it was my stepbrother playing a dumb prank. One day, we decided to rearrange my room. And after the bed was moved for some reason, we opened up the middle drawer on the inaccessible side. Everything was in there. The slippers, CDs, and the most strange thing we found was a Ziploc bag of old used wax crayons that I never owned. I guess the next thing that we noticed was the ceiling fan. My parents had a sailor theme in the living room, and attached to the ceiling fan chain was a lighthouse, which would sometimes swing a little if the fan were on high. But it would swing around as if somebody flicked it when the fan wasn't on. My mom, my friend, and I were standing in the living room. We were talking about the lighthouse ceiling fan just sort of swinging around, and I was applying chapstick, which I then put on the coffee table. The moment I put it down, I realized I should have put it in my pocket. But it was missing off the table, so I said out loud, "Where's my chapstick?" And I shit you not, swearing everything. It appeared in midair above the coffee table and fell straight down. It was as if someone was holding it and dropped it. We all ran out of the room, and none of us really talk about it to this day. My mom approached me one morning and told me not to lie to her and that she wouldn't be mad, just tell the truth. Once she realized I had no clue what she was talking about, she told me how the night before, she woke up and heard a little girl's voice humming into her ear, as if she was standing next to the bed. My mom checked the entire house, including my room, just to make sure it wasn't me. I didn't believe her at all. That was until years later, while babysitting my grandmother, who then lived with them while they were away. I slept in my mom's bed and awoke to a little girl humming in my ear. It was the scariest moment of my entire life. I was numb from fear, and I think I passed out from it, just because I don't remember falling back asleep. I remember being terrified, feeling every hair on my body standing straight up, and then nothing. Morning. I haven't told anybody that this happened. One night my mom was cooking in the kitchen down the hall. I was in my room. Heard the front door open and my dog jump around greeting someone. I assumed it was just my stepdad. Peered down the hall. Saw a man in overalls and a blue knit hat walking. No sooner than he turned the corner, my mom comes running down the hallway towards me, pale white, crying. It was as if she felt somebody come behind her and say, "Hi," into her ear. But she was alone in the kitchen. Both ran to the living room, realized the driveway was empty, and waited for the empty driveway until my dad actually came home. To this day, we don't know who the man was that came into our home. My scariest ghost experience. I lived in Union, Maine for the first 14 years of my life. A beautiful blue farmhouse with a huge basement, backyard, and blueberry field. I had been hearing some strange sounds coming from my basement. My mom never wanted me to go down there. It led my mind to get the best of me, and I decided to go down one day. My mom wasn't home, and I was there with my dog, so little me took my dog down with me so I wasn't scared. Walked down the 13 stairs to the basement, and my feet hit the floor, my dog right on my tail. When you walk down the stairs, you can go left or right. If you turn left, there's a little room. We used it as a bedroom with my older brother. If you turn right, there was the garage area where we would bring cars in to work on them, along with the wood stove and the boiler room. Stacked along the wall was nothing but wood that we used for heat. I remember walking around the area barefoot, stepped on a nail, screamed in pain, and wobbled my way up the stairs and tried to pull it out when my mom came home and found me in a pool of blood. Bandaged up my foot, and I was sent outside to play while my mom spent the afternoon sweeping up the basement. Spent a few days later, I wanted to go down again, so I did. Once again, brought my dog with me. This time I made sure to wear shoes. Made it over to the boiler room when I heard a small moan. That's when my dog started to freak out. He was growling and the hair standing up on the back of his neck, and he was as nervous as I was. I panicked and once again ran back upstairs. Spent a few days wanting to figure out what was down there. Gave up for a while. One night I was lying in bed. You know when you're almost asleep and you get jumped awake? Well, I jumped when I did, and I kicked my dog in the process. I fell to the ground, unable to move. Only thing I could move were my eyes, and they darted across the room at a corner where I was always kind of scared of. There, stood in that corner, was a tall black shadow. Tried to scream, but nothing came out. Tried to sweat as it walked over to me. I stopped right at my bedside. I looked at the clock and it said 2:07 a.m. And this is when my body awoke. I looked at my clock and it said 7:02 a.m. I was asleep the whole time. Told my mom about it, but of course no one believed me. Wanted so badly to know what this thing was. A few weeks later, I had just come home from school. My mom wasn't home, so I didn't do my homework, because as kids do, I wanted to play. My neighbor was home, so I decided to have him come outside to play with me in my basement. And this is when things took a dark turn. He brought a Ouija board. We played around at the table downstairs when a pen spun around and hit me in the guts. He laughed and thought it did it on purpose when we both let go of the board. That's when the light stayed to flicker. The board flipped up on its side. He threw it into a wood stove, but it wouldn't catch fire. That's when we knew that we needed to get out of there. Started to run up the stairs, and when I was pushed down them, he didn't stop until he was at the top when he finally noticed. Working with a ghost. I'd gotten called into a shift at work. I only had to work from 6:30 to 10, so I wasn't really thinking it was going to be too bad. But it still felt really long. We were really, really slow. Anyways, my best friend and I had to shift together. So of course we'd chit-chat when no one was around. She was working deli and I was the register. Well, I ended up needing to use the bathroom, so I had her cover register for me. My legs were hurting pretty bad, so I sat in there for a few minutes in silence. I heard the door start to wiggle like somebody was trying to open it, so I yelled out, "Wrong bathroom," and it stopped. Customer bathroom key is really loud because it has a metal piece on it, so I would have heard it if it was picked up. Never heard anything. Door once again started to wiggle, and this time more aggressively. I immediately texted my friend on Snapchat to see if it was her messing with me, but it wasn't. And so I got up and went out. Not a soul customer in the store. I was a little freaked out, but this is when it started getting really weird. It was like 7:30 or 8, and it was really windy out. We're just talking to each other at the register. That's because there's no one in the store. And all of a sudden the office door slammed shut. Not a breeze in the store, no one in sight, just us. You have to physically slam shut the door for it to close, and it slammed. She had left for the night at around 9 o'clock, and I was alone for about an hour. So I started doing my coffees, which involves me going to the kitchen to dump them in the sink. But anyways, I'm dumping coffees and I hear a loud crash out in the store. So I ran out to find nothing. So I went to go back into the kitchen, and the sink was running, which I didn't turn on in the first place. At this point, I started to get angry. I yelled out, "Whoever's messing with me, stop. It's not funny." The store went dead silent. You could hear a pin drop, basically. So I put on some music to ease the quiet. 9:55 rolled around and, started to close down. I was counting down my drawer when I heard a crash come from the kitchen. And I was the only one here. I'd locked the door already and checked the back door. Locked. Finished my count, walked the clock out, and as I unlocked the door and put the code in to leave, I yelled out, "Leave me alone and stop fucking with me." I walked out, shut the door down, and left. Garage living. Hey everyone. So I've been experiencing some crazy things recently. One which really freaked me out. I'll build up to this. A few days ago, I was waiting for my fiancé to get home from work, so I was playing video games. I heard "baby" come from down the stairs, so I called him to see if he came home early. Now, the baby thing we say to each other when he comes home, so we don't really know who's entering the garage. We do it in a very high-pitched voice, so it's hard to copy. Well, I heard him say it, and anyways, he answered and said that he wasn't home yet, but he was on the way. At this point, it was about 8:45, and he walks home from work, so he's usually home at around 8 or 9. He came home and up the stairs. It was Sunday, so I decided since my investigation was canceled, which was ghost hunting, I would watch Ghost Hunters instead. Bad idea. We were about maybe halfway through a first video. That's when the power went out, followed by some random noises downstairs. So we threw on our shoes and coats and went to investigate. The lights in the house were still on and nothing was unplugged. So I went inside and hit the reset button on the outlet in the bathroom, which connects to the garage. We had power, and I just came back outside to walk back to the garage, and I hear whistling coming from where my fiancé was standing waiting for me. I asked him if he heard the whistling. He said he thought it was me. So we went back upstairs and put on Family Guy. Didn't do anything different with the power, so where did it go? Anyways, fast forward to yesterday. I'm filming a TikTok outside explaining what's going on. When I got to the part explaining the whistling, it was like my entire memory was wiped. I don't really remember what I had said before that. There's something messing with us. Now, if you believe in SWs, I believe that it's like a whistling war. I believe I've been hearing it pretty much everywhere I go. It's just loud whistling. Like a man walking down the road and whistling. Roosevelt Island haunting. When I was a sophomore in college, I lived in an apartment in New York City on Roosevelt Island, which is nestled between Manhattan and Queens. The island has a dark history, and at one point there were insane asylums and a smallpox hospital. It's actually pretty fascinating. But with all that suffering, the island seemed to still carry that burden. So our apartment was laid out in a sort of an L shape. Living room, dining room faced the hallway, and there was a bathroom at the end of the hall that was small and led to 2 bedrooms, one of which had a balcony off of it. I'm not gonna lie, we had a serial killer view, and if we were going to die, well, oops. We had a killer view, and for a dorm, we felt like we were living in some place that was pretty large. But not long after we moved in, my 3 roommates and I began to all experience some things. It started with the feelings like we were being watched all the time. I remember specifically I was home alone and working on a mural. Or, art student stuff. I began to feel very uneasy, like somebody was right behind me the whole time watching me. This went on for maybe about an hour. Couldn't shake this feeling. But I just did my best just to roll with it, and I'll admit it, I was scared. I was relieved when my roommates got home. As the semester continued, my roommate and I had a huge project due. In order to accommodate all the space that was needed to do it, we turned to working in the living room. I worked on this project for the first and headed back to bed as my roommate worked on hers. Laying in my bed reading with my arms, or rather with my back to the door, when I saw this tall shadow come up from my book and felt like somebody was behind me. Thinking it was my roommate, I turned to see what she wanted and she wasn't there. Shrugged it off, kept reading. The shadow once again crept up onto my book. I moved by my blankets and to my head, and the shadow didn't move. At this point, I was scared, but felt ridiculous if I mentioned it. So I pulled the corners up over my head and just went to sleep. Fast forward to Halloween. We had a party and a bunch of friends were over. And as the night wore on, we started talking about ghosts and spooky stuff. And lo and behold, it comes up about how and... Sorry, my eyes are going crisscross. Fast forward to Halloween, and we had a party and a bunch of friends were over, and then night wore on, we started talking about ghosts and spooky stuff. And how to behold, it comes up about how everybody thinks our place is a little spooky. My roommate starts to tell a story about how one night we had a project due, about one night before we had the project due, and we, who would take turns. She says she was working on the project and she saw someone out of the corner of her eye walking in the hallway. So she gets up thinking it's me, and turns out that I'm asleep. She goes back to do her project and she feels someone come up on her. All the hairs in my back and her neck, they all just stand up. Once again, no one's there. Now at this point, I never mentioned to her what happened to me that same night. Told her my story, and we're both in shock. The more we talk, a few more people mentioned feeling like they were going to get pushed off the balcony every time they went out there. When it comes out of the two, it comes to the two of them. 2 of her children. They had the exact same dream when they slept over. They were paralyzed and began floating and then began to uncontrollably spin. At this point, I'm convinced something is happening. Sometime later, I began to start seeing shadow figures often out of the corner of my eye in the hallway. It was dark with no features, and I only saw Well, it was like the peripheral. Then it quickly darted, and that's when I would look on. Convince myself it was just my eyes until my friend, myself, and my own eyes, till my friend was over. We're sitting at the table talking, and I got distracted by the second because I saw it. I said, "Saw what?" And she replied, "That black thing in the hallway." Never told her that I saw it before, so I felt totally vindicated. The pinnacle of my experience happened when it was winter break. My roommates had to go live home, and I was the last one there. Not wanting to be alone, I just called a friend to stay. We were talking and about going out, and so I just kind of went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. The bathroom to brush my teeth, and the door was open because we were still just kind of talking. That's when there was a pause in our conversation. I heard a voice plain as day whisper my name loudly and directly into my ear. At this point, I visibly freaked out. I confirmed with my friends, and she said that basically nothing. Item flung across the room. Any explanation? Let me preface this by saying I graduated from UCLA, and I was a science and math degree. I don't believe in random paranormal experiences that are not explainable by science. I was leisurely plucking long leg hairs on the second floor while my 2 children and husband were all downstairs with some random black objects getting flown across the room. There was no wind, and I have no pets, and there was no earthquake. The house was not shaking. So, I'm naturally pretty confused as to how this could have happened. I started questioning my sanity, wondering if I was hallucinating, because how else can anybody explain something so strange, like how? Well, what's even more interesting is that previous night in my dream, it's where I'm just sort of conscious but asleep in that in-between sleep state. I was visited by an angry ghost who tried to choke me. This is something I believe because, well, you either are somewhat asleep, so it's kind of explainable. But things being flung across the room in broad daylight is like, what? How did that happen? My husband is a medical doctor, and he confirmed as I'm not hallucinating. That's because I don't have any drugs, and I'm a healthy mother who doesn't drink or smoke. I've never hallucinated before, and I had full sleep and very much time, basically. Not too scared, though. I just told the ghost or whatever it was to go away, and what's funny is that when you see that happen in front of your eyes, you're confused, but your mind just kind of wants to explain it away because it doesn't really, make any logical sense. So it doesn't even really seem that scary. It's like, oh well, it happened, but I'm too busy to care, so I go take care of the kids. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the mysterious and spine-chilling take center stage. Subscribe now and hit the bell to stay updated on every haunting story. Let the adventure into the unknown begin. Ask Reddit. I was in my bedroom when I saw something step in front of my window and just stand there. The head was literally up to the very top of the window. I could only see its shadow, so we stayed still for eternity, until it walked toward the backyard. Crept down the hallway, snuck into the back porch to see if it was somebody that I knew. I couldn't see anything back there, so I sat in the porch swing and just kind of lit up a cigarette. Didn't last long. It's because I saw movement from the corner of the yard, right against the fence. It was waist high with the top of the fence. This thing was like 7 or 8 feet tall, super tall. It was dressed in all black like a flowing gown. Had a hood on its head. It took these ridiculously large strides along the fence line, disappeared behind the shed. I promptly flipped a shit, ran inside, woke up my uncle, aunt, and cousin. They followed me outside, and of course they couldn't see the thing because it was hidden. So we all step off the porch. My uncle is yelling at these threats because he thinks it's some punk kid. And after he yelled his last word, the thing glided from behind the shed and was striding towards us. We all screamed and tried to get back inside the screened-in porch. My aunt left my cousin behind, of course, but I grabbed him. I looked back and there was no face, it was just dark. We all ran inside and they were like, "What the f was that? What was it? Call the cops." So the cops came and didn't find a single thing. Not even broken glass or weeds behind the shed. They left to search the neighborhood. A minute after they left, we're still standing on the back porch in disbelief when this fucking thing comes back out from behind the shed towards us. What the fuck? It gets closer this time, but we're already mostly inside the house itself. So my uncle calls the cops again. They come back, check again, and nothing. Tell us we better stop wasting their time. We didn't see that thing again after that night. That was 15 years ago at my aunt's house. Moved out a couple of weeks later. Recently went back there last year and had a massive panic episode when I saw the backyard. Started seeing them again. I've shifted to a single room, now currently in college. Just had my breakup. Almost 6 months now. No cases of sleep paralysis and weird dreams or anything mentally disturbing until last night. I had an assignment due to the next day, and so, well, naturally I was just putting in late hours. Round 2, done with my assignment, I decided to finally get some rest. I lied down and started scrolling. That's when I saw my ex-boyfriend had called me an hour before. I ignored him, went to sleep. At around 3, I heard noise coming from my room. Almost murmuring sounds, like some sort of argument going on. I slowly opened my eyes. I saw the white glow from my phone with my boyfriend on the other side, and I precisely remember the time on the call was past 30 minutes. Scared to death, I tried to scream, but second time this has happened when I just had a call picked up in my sleep. Finally, when I gained control over my body, I told him that we'll talk tomorrow morning, to which he strangely replied, like I'd be there by tomorrow, and cut the call. Today I called him, and he doesn't even remember the call from last night. Checked the logs, and he didn't call at all. Not even the 1 a.m. call from last night was in the logs. It's scaring me. Am I going insane? When it was frequent, it felt like a lot less, but now after so many months, it's scary ASF. My house is definitely haunted. Any tips? I know my house is haunted. I've lived here for over 5 years. I've always been able to notice spirits more than the average person. My house in particular is definitely the most haunted place I've ever stayed. So much so, it's been very difficult having friends want to stay at my place. I've tried renting it out, and my tenant moved out within warning, or without any warning, in less than 4 months of the lease. And he didn't even unpack. However, I typically don't care. I've seen my dryer door swing open, the faucets turn on, utensils flop off the counter, mimics blah 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 blah. If you can think of it, it's here and it's happened. There's at least 6 spirits that stay here full time. and there's some that come and go. I've tried holy water, saging, Palo Santo, all done properly, and it just doesn't work. I flagged this as not safe for work because the other night my boyfriend and I heard clear as day a man saying hello to us at night, and during our dreams. Inappropriate things happened that I won't go into, but you get my drift. This is the first time something like this has happened. I haven't been able to talk to anyone about it because, one, I don't want to talk about it out loud in my house, and two, I don't think anybody would believe me at all. My boyfriend kinda does, though, so that helps. Ghosts have grabbed my ankles and things, but nothing to this extent. Has anyone had this issue? Does anybody have any solutions? Sadly, I own this condo, and the mortgage is way too cheap for me to do anything right now in terms of selling it and moving away. I'm planning to do a big move out of the country in the next few years and plan to sell it then. And the savings I can have with the cheap mortgage makes this whole thing pretty feasible. I truly don't care. I can rent this out again in the meantime. As it's so haunted, my neighbors have issues with pet sitting when I go on vacation. Presence next to my bed. So, as my title states, I was woken up late at night. I was sort of asleep, but it wasn't a dream. I felt a presence, and I saw it in my mind. Sort of hard to explain. But, to the left of my bed, and I apparently started screaming like a banshee. My boyfriend woke me up and asked what was wrong, and I couldn't tell him. I couldn't bring myself to verbalize what had happened. I didn't hear myself screaming, but I understood that's what happened and why he said what he did. I was terrified. I asked him to switch sides with me, which he did, and I immediately covered myself with a blanket. He held me the rest of the night, but for hours I couldn't sleep. I was racking my brain as to what happened and why. I don't believe it was a dream because the terror didn't dissipate the whole night. I never physically saw a shape, but it was sort of the shape of a body. I don't know what it actually looked like, and I also don't know what to do. I did burn some cedar and did a cleansing through my home yesterday. Opened windows, all that. But yeah, I'm just stumped as to what happened. Like, last night there was no incident, but I was definitely feeling wary. Didn't want to sleep without a light on or without my boyfriend in the room with me. Any thoughts or ideas that can help me understand what happened and why? I do want to add that I was doing a job shadow for 4 days. Nice pun. And it was in a thing called sterile processing. The last day was the breakdown area, which is essentially taking the tools from the surgery unit and the boxes that they're stored in to pre-clean them. I didn't clean those, but I separated the tools, and I don't know. Maybe somebody died on the table. It's not like I know that, or they'd tell us. I've overthought this to death. Help. Young girl's voice. I had something happen last night, and I think I need an outside perspective on it. Maybe about 10 days ago or so. Got the urge to move the mirrors in our house to other walls and rooms. I didn't like their placement and felt somewhat disturbed when I'd see myself in one in front of the door. So, my wife rearranged them. And it seemingly threw something off. It made the house feel sort of hectic and restless. One wall had been left empty, not having replaced the mirror with a hanging picture or decoration. Left me feeling worried about, well, something. Can't really pinpoint it. Anyways, the days goes on and you kind of forget about him. Last night I'm laying down on the couch and a completely audible voice of a young girl came from underneath the couch next to me. Without getting too much into it, there was an instance years ago where I believed I heard my mother from the other room. I was not expecting her, so I thought it was my imagination. I called out to her. She didn't respond. I called out again, and her voice suddenly stopped abruptly. What I mean to illustrate here is that in the past, when I believed I was maybe hearing a voice, if I acknowledged to myself it was or could be my imagination, it would stop. But the time when I thought it was my mother didn't stop. And yes, last night when my mind tried to rationalize it as my imagination, the talking continued, albeit for just a few seconds. So, I heard this voice from underneath the couch. I noticed my cat had whipped his head over to look in that direction. His head moving around like it saw or was trying to see something. I called out, "What the hell is that?" The cat continued to look. The voice went on for another second or two. So I recited a prayer, and it stopped. What did I experience? And yes, the TV was on, but this voice was not from anyone on the screen. It didn't come from the direction of the TV, and was so much louder than the TV that for a moment I thought the window was cracked and someone was on the porch talking into the house. We're a Muslim family, and it is currently Ramadan. Muslims believe that jinns, devils, demons, and spirits are contained during this time. Not entirely sure how to reconcile it all. It's not that we believe that the spirit world necessarily ceases activity or anything during this time, but perhaps it's just severely limited. Should the mares go back? It's been several years since having any sort of paranormal experience, but my family's always thought that I've heightened senses or awarenesses with this sort of thing. It dates back to being a young child. I tend to agree, but it's been years and years since anything's happened that I'm not sure how I should manage or confront the situation. I think something's wrong with me. So I made a Reddit account just to write about a weird phenomenon I experienced some time ago. This is a bit personal, and a few of my close friends and relatives know about this. Some of them believe that they're just plain coincidences, and maybe I'm just overreacting. While others told me that's indeed not normal and these coincidences are too much. The thing is, when I was little, I had about maybe 7 years old or so, I had somebody ask me what was my favorite number. Innocent question. I answered 51 without thinking about it too much. I was sure something related to that specific number would happen. Didn't know what or when. Some years later, when I was 13 years old, my mother passed away from cancer. She was exactly 51 years old when that happened. It made me feel terribly bad and terribly guilty. When I grew up, I was becoming more and more convinced that it was just a bad coincidence, nothing more. But for some reason, after my mom passed away, more weird stuff happened. So, I was in high school. There was a certain teacher that pissed me off so much. Thought to myself several times, I wanted to have some kind of surgery and go away for the rest of the year. I was surprised when I noticed that in the following trimester, in my country, school years go by trimesters. That's why I stuttered. A substitute teacher appeared. She told us our teacher had cataract surgery and he wouldn't return to school until next year. Of course, I was taken a bit aback. And I have to admit, I was a resentful teen. I was full of rage and hatred. Maybe because I was passing through a period of grief and depression caused by my mother's death. Now I regret my actions and my thoughts. Especially because the last wish I had almost killed someone. I was in my last year of high school, and again, her teacher was the victim. But I felt different about her. While I wanted the other teacher who had a surgery and go away for a year, this time I wanted her to die. I wish so badly the following thing. I hope she'd die in a car crash. What I believed was simply a stupid but intense thought actually happened. And again, the consequences for her were a lot worse. Luckily, she survived, but she had to be hospitalized because her condition was critical. She had a fatal car accident and broke several bones. Not quite what fatal means, I don't think. Again, I have to confess another thing. I really wanted her gone. So when I found out she was alive, I felt bad, and I'm serious when I say I was spiteful and a nasty person in that time. But deep down, I was a bit scared about what I had done. Not only the 2 teachers having to be hospitalized, but in the same exact conditions I wished them to be. It was too specific for being a simple coincidence. After that tragic event, I decided the best thing to do was not wishing bad things or death to anyone. I didn't want to be the cause of death of someone, and I still don't want to. Good. I don't know if this story makes any sense or if I'm overthinking about it too much, but the thing is, since that, I've never wished anyone bad things. Or at least not in the same intensity I used to. Those are different things. I feel extremely guilty for those 2 teachers, especially for the last one, and in no way justifies the harm that I indirectly caused to them. So this is a way to vent about my past experiences too. Now I'm an adult. I didn't wished or wanted bad things for anyone, even if I really don't like them. I learned my lesson. I think it's better to focus that energy on something more productive instead. The path of hatred and vengeance only will lead you to more disgrace. I need advice about what happened. Do y'all think they are simple coincidences or something more? It only happened with the bad wishes or coincidences. And the fact that it's possible that I was the one who killed my own mother for the 51 thing makes me feel horrible. Of course, I didn't wish her death, never. I loved her, and I still do. But maybe things would be different if I answered with another number. Would she still be alive? Would the 2 teachers not have suffered everything they suffered? The possibility of me being related to all that is horrible. At least you're aware. My great-grandpa's forest. At some point in '99, my great-grandpa owns a horse farm, or at least did. There's nothing but raccoons, dead squirrels, bones, and some really nice Chevys that he kept under a tarp. I was 14. That was a weird sound. I was 14 and was known to hallucinate. But either way, the trip to the forest with the cousins was weird. Known to hallucinate. Firstly, this giant oak tree, my grandparents had this. They used to have this tree, and it was like a tree stand, I guess, for hunting. It was something like 8 feet up. I shot my first buck there, and when I looked at the tree, the stand was in a different position. One that doesn't make sense to put it in. I guess I'd like to say that that was the first sign my mind said something was off. After about an hour of being dicks in the woods, talking about what's next for rock and predicting rock stuff in general, I heard a door open and slam shut. And I will say that the only house nearby us where you could hear such a noise, that, at least that clearly, it was an abandoned cabin that was very old. I was told it was used by my great-great-grandpa for woodcutting and butchering. I was told by my uncle if I had ever heard a noise out there like a door shut or broken glass, if you ain't gone in a minute, your heart will be handed to you. But, being the dumb, arrogant 14-year-old I was, I turned right around the cabin and looked for any sign of irregular activity in the house from the outside in case Hannibal Lecter was sitting there eating my grandma. My heart raced, my cousins ditched me. So whatever I say, according to my parents, actually never happened and was just my kid brain making stories. Inside, I heard crying. It was female, not a kid, but not an old woman. She stabbed herself, and I could see her. I heard her constantly murmuring about someone. Thought about ditching, but this was something deranged and quite serious. I run into the little shack, and I see nobody. Everything looked, to say clean is over the top a lie, but as clean as an abandoned place no one's, even knew existed should be. Thought this was another hallucination until I remembered my cousins had heard it too. I'm scared to sleep tonight. There's been 3 very weird things that have happened at my house within those 3 months of the year we've lived here. We moved on the 1st of January. English is also not my first language, so I apologize if I get something wrong here. One day my mother brings up how when she's laying down the night before in our living room, she had heard knocking on the living room door. And this has happened for loads of nights after. She describes the knocks as 2 knocks, one after the other, and then complete silence. On some occasions, another 2 knocks can be heard another hour or so later in the same night. She thought it might have been me, so she called out, "Yes." No one answered. Thank God. But it doesn't end there. There was also a school day for me. That's where in the morning the TV in the kitchen downstairs had turned on by itself completely. For context, we live in a big house that's split into 2 apartments. And right next to us live my mother's friend and her boyfriend. The kitchen has a door that leads right into their bedroom. My mother's friend had texted my mother to please turn the TV down, as it's really loud and it could make her boyfriend wake up. Since my mother was at work, she texted me to please turn it down instead. I didn't see the text, though. That's because I was still sleeping. 10 minutes later, I woke up and saw the text. Of course, I went to turn it off completely. I texted her that I shouldn't have turned it up so loud in the first place. My mother said that she'd never turned it on in the first place, and neither did her husband, suggesting that the TV literally couldn't have been turned on by any of us at all. I was sleeping, my mom and stepdad were at work. Weird. Now, the last experience, which is something that actually happened just last night. My mother's in the living room again, where the knocking from before it occurred. So, at 2 a.m., she wakes up from sleeping on the couch, and she sees me peeking from the doorway. She calls out my name, no response from me, and she sits up already getting a little irritated that I had woken up. She says, "You're scaring me." I, quote-unquote, straightened up and wasn't peeking from the doorway anymore. She could see, quote-unquote, me from head to toe, and the thing was wearing the same clothes that I was wearing, at least when I went to bed. That's when my mother started really looking at the thing then. After that, it started fading away, literally. It was as if it was evaporating. Then it was gone. My mother stood up and rushed to my room to look for me. I was there sleeping, wearing the same clothes. She didn't fall asleep again until 6 a.m. These things really convince me that we may not be alone in this house at all. I'm very scared at this point, shitting myself because none of these 3 things can just be a coincidence. We came to the conclusion that maybe she was just seeing things due to being half asleep, or if we got more philosophical, a guardian angel that took my form in order to not scare my mother while looking over her. Either way, I'm very uncomfortable in my house right now. She spread incense around her house today,
Question mark. Not sure of its purpose, but I'm pretty sure it's to protect us or something. I don't know. But I'm not getting of sleep tonight. Sounds, night terror, panic attack in the past. Starting with the simplest stuff. This happened years ago on a few occasions. I borrowed a very old guitar from my mother's ex with the intent of trying to learn to play it. For weeks it had laid on an inn. For weeks it leaned on in the corner of my room. Only for it to fall out of nowhere, scaring the life out of me. Days or weeks later, Grandpa's not home. Grandma is on the toilet, and I'm having breakfast in the kitchen. And just as Grandma is coming in from the toilet, a guitar sound is heard. Not just a pluck, but it was like a literal hand going through the strings, or whatever they're called. Yes, they're strings. Well, whatever. Grandma heard it too, and safe to say, we were very weirded out. I returned the guitar afterwards, and no random sounds happened again. Next thing, only once, probably 2 years or a bit more back out of literal nowhere. It's while I was on my phone at night. An extreme sense of dread came over me. For an unknown reason, I was utterly terrified of my own room. Couldn't shake the thought and feeling that someone or something was watching me. And text doesn't do justice. I seriously can't describe that horrible feeling I felt. I eventually overcame it and managed to light up my room to see it empty. But I was never terrified more than that night. And I just know why. Well, I just don't know why. Lastly, last year I had my first night terror. Couldn't move or scream. Only thing I heard was my furniture moving. It was being pushed. Night terror lasted for like half a minute, but scared the hell out of me. I don't think anything's happened since. Spirit following my family. Since I was very young, I believed in the paranormal. My mom's house was haunted growing up. I think that contributed to it. My brother used to be absolutely tormented by the spirit of our mom's house. I'm talking doors slamming, lights turning on and off, and people just talking at all hours of the night, even when no one's home. We, being us who lived in the house, believed that the spirit lingered in the downstairs part of the house where my brother's room was. He moved out at some point, and then my room was down there, by the way. I was very, very nervous for the spirit to torment me, but nothing ever happened. I did have weird dreams. I would hear my name being called, but that was the extent of it. I moved out at 18, and a mirror that had been on the wall for 13 years fell and shattered. My brother had to move back in during those hard times, and all hell broke loose. So much so that my dad, who is a skeptic, now believes. Sir. I don't know if that's him arguing in agreement or not. There was a George Foreman grill on the countertop, just for quick meals. My mom was always very particular about things. She would make sure doors were locked, stove was turned off, and things were unplugged. My dad woke up in the middle of the night to something burning. The George Foreman grill was on, and there was a loaf of bread sitting on top of it melting, plastic and all. Yummy. My brother and his girlfriend were downstairs when no one was home, and we heard, like, doors opening and closing. They said that their dog had growled at it and the spirit growled back. Mind you, it has never done anything malevolent with me or anyone else in the house. These situations only happen when he's here. Anyways, I was in California during this time experiencing my own haunting. Our dryer door would slam constantly. We had a vacuum thrown across the room. At one time, a light fixture fell and just looked as if it were thrown. I used a spirit box, and no one say anything, I know. And the spirit said it liked me, and that it would only talk to me, and then told me the name of my deceased aunt and where to locate her necklace that I hadn't seen in years. Sure enough, exactly where it said the necklace would be, it was laid on top. The spirit often talked about me and how much it liked me. We recorded a video with like heat sensors or something. I'm not sure what it's called. A thermal camera? Maybe. But you could see a figure standing next to me and my daughter, and the spirit that I was talking to said it was like attached to my husband and that it was feeding off of him, and that it was hungry. So one night I had my AirPods in. I could hear something yelling outside. I ignored it for a while until I heard it yell my name. It sounded like it was right outside my window. Called my husband up to see if he could see anyone, and he couldn't. But after my husband left the room, it started again. Came back to visit my family for a few months, and things were calm. I noticed some whispers, but that was pretty much it. My room was where my brother's old room and my old room was. I was heading to the bathroom. I heard a whistle, which is the same thing my brother's girlfriend heard a few months prior to this. I ignored it and just kept doing my daily activities. Sitting in the bed playing with my daughter and just heard the light switch click. I looked behind me and sure enough, the light was on. No one had been downstairs. The activity seemed to pick up when my brother's in here too. My brother believes that whatever spirit it is attached to the bloodline. He believes it's demonic, even though I've never gotten anything malevolent from this. It only torments him, and for the most part leaves me alone. I just have weird dreams about the spirit and others. Does anybody know what this could be, or if it's something to worry about? My mind is stretched into another world. So, like I said, I call it a world link. When I was about 9 or 10, I had this sudden light. It was both in my head as if I was imagining it outside of my head. After that, it just got all big and complicated very fast. It became a point in space in my head, a place where I could go. Bright lights, stars, planets, rooms, mazes, just like an infinity of existence. The more I knew, the more that place expanded, became orderly, followed laws, and I learned about the Big Bang. Everything rests and makes a Big Bang. I learned about nebula. Boom. Nebulae start popping up. Orbits. Every other law of the universe. Implemented when learned. Then one day I heard about multiverse theory. Then things got even more complicated. Suddenly, the laws of physics were basic guidelines, more of a suggestion than a limiter. I made people in this place too. Multiversal empires, utopias, friends, enemies. It was like I was a god. Time was optional. I could see it extend as far as the eye or inner eye could see. It was wonderful. Then it wasn't. Suddenly, something from outside entered this place. It wasn't from here nor there, but it simply ripped its way through, and it was pain. It was hurting. Decided to hurt everything else it saw. Universes collapsed, stars died out. Life itself almost stopped in that vast infinity. Until I sealed it out. It was my first act of quote-unquote murder. It had to be done. I still wonder this day if it was maybe some way I could have helped them. Fast forward a few years and I'm 15 now. And being the god of an entire multiverse while simultaneously trying to avoid suicidal episodes, rough here, it was rather difficult. I was trying to help them, I really was. But people kept hurting each other and hurting me, at least emotionally. Couldn't help them because what right do I have, really, to change an entire person's mind? That's essentially just murder. Tell that to everybody in the world right now. Not that there's anything wrong with it. Don't even get me started on the afterlife system. I had trouble setting into place that. Anyway, in quote-unquote real life, I did testing. I meditated, I recorded my brainwaves with a shabby scrap-made. Most likely an inaccurate brainwave scanner. One time, I starved myself for a week to see what would happen. Again, rough year. That's not that long. You want to know what I found out? When I go to that place, everything in this universe just, well, it goes slower. Very slower. I did some calculations, and when I'm there, time in this world moves about 9-ish times slower than over here. I can be there for 9 hours in that world and 1 hour in this one. That's my proof of, at least to myself. My mind just stretches, and so far it feels like it hurts sometimes. Ripping, tearing, hurting. But then I'm there, and time once again becomes optional. I want to be there forever. Recently got rid of my godliness, and radiation's a bitch. Accidentally killed a planet. And I have a home, I have kids over there, and I'm thousands of years old, but over here I'm 20. Sometimes I wonder if the only way there is to just die of old age, and I don't want that. I want to go there and be with my family there, now. Please, help me. Creepy shit in apartment I rented. Also, I want for you to know that, well, I'm an atheist and I don't give a fuck about supernatural stuff and superstitious things. Well, so I was 25. Just moved to the biggest city of my country. Geographically, I'm from Eastern Europe. My friend gave me a contact of her friend, saying that she has a free room to rent in a decent neighborhood for a decent price. Girl was nice, the apartment was great. It's only about 30 minutes to cousin's house, so I accept that offer. I moved in. As I said, the girl was great. We smoked weed sometimes, baked some cakes, sometimes going out to eat, so I can say we became pretty great buds. One day I asked her, in sort of a funny way, if there's any ghosts in this place. She said, "Oh, no. My mom picked up the new apartment where people didn't die." It seems it's not necessary to die for ghosts to appear. The first thing I experienced was the sound of glass jars rolling on the floor. This sounds happened some nights. Sometimes this shit was quite. Gotta do that one again because it's medium rare. This sounds happened some nights. Sometimes this shit was quite. I asked the girl if it's okay, and she said something about mistakes during building and thin walls. So we can hear everything. Also, we were storing some glass bottles for recycling on the floor. But I didn't connected it with noises. How can they roll by themselves? The second thing scared shit out of me. I was home after my cafe shift and came home, ate some and started to listen to some music on my laptop. I know, sir. The music is changing, 5 secs between songs, and I hear banging sounds at my room door. Like literally, someone was loudly knocking on my door. I shut down the music, and maybe that's too late. People sleeping, it can be a problem. Went to the door to open it, nothing. Dark hallway, me and the feeling that someone is looking at me. Okay, maybe that was my landlord girl, so I went to her door and knocked. Complete silence. I opened it a bit, and the pink lamp was on. And it was almost like she was a bit... Oh, she was sleeping. It was like 2 a.m. Came back to my room, closed the door, shut down my laptop, and went to bed, and what the actual fuck? Came back to my room, closed the door, shut down my... Oh. Then all this weird shit happened. Except for feeling of presence and that someone look at my back from third empty room of house. Okay, a month passed, and I forgot all this happened, and it was just me living my life. Another summer night after a long break. The sounds of bottles or jars continued. That maybe lasted an hour. Turned on the light of my phone and started to look what the fuck happened. Jar must be one from recycle that were on the floor, was rolling on the floor, then feeling of presence and then voice saying my name. Not just a voice, but sort of whispering, and didn't know really what that shit is. It felt more like audio record or something, but maybe more clear and right in my ear, right by the side in the third empty room. I want you to believe it's not made up. I can feel those goosebumps right now while writing the story, and the last thing that happened to me in the place made me change my mind about all these ghost stories. Some of them, well, they can be true, as I expected this shit myself. So the last thing was the end of all the scary stuff. But it was the most terrifying. My flatmate and friend and landlord went to her countryside house with her mom. I had been there alone for a few days. This was a normal night, except for stuff like bot rolling, sounds, and presence feeling. I got used to it, but in my own room I felt safe and nothing bad had ever happened there. I wanted to pee so bad, but the noises got louder and it was so scary. I'm alone and his buddies decided to fully annoy me. I stayed in my room for about 30 minutes more, said out loud, I'm not afraid if you... Well, not afraid if you stupid ghost. I was so afraid and sort of lied to myself to make it more believable. I opened the door, went to the hallway, feeling presence is pretty much everywhere in the hallway. It's so cold, and even if it's summer, it's cold. It's so good even if it's summer. Whoa. God, I'm exhausted. It's so cold even if it's summer, ran into a light switcher. When I clicked it, the lamp exploded. Not just turned off, but exploded into pieces. I ran back to my room, locked the door, and stayed there until morning. Those episodes showed me that there is, well, something that's, well, beyond our understanding or just exists in a different world. Also, then my
flatmate and landlady said that her dad passed away and she had her mom, a sort of legal process. It's currently happening, and it's against his second wife about his dead guy's money. What do you think? Should I just went mad, or did I really witness something that's paranormal? Also, I have a few more creepy stories from that place, but that's like stuff from other people who live there. And of course I believe them. I can't now. Think what you want, guys. The Beach Encounters. But I've grown up by the beach all my younger life, and would consistently go to it during the day and night. But throughout the years, I've encountered some odd experiences on the beach during the night. The first one I want to precursor with is this. My friends and I were walking on the beach during Halloween a couple of years back. Full moon. We saw from a distance this group of people in white cloaks surrounding an altar of some sorts. We were kind of spooked and didn't approach, but immediately left when we saw that they had a black cat that kept bringing back to the altar when it started to walk away. We tried to reason with ourselves on what it was, but couldn't come up with any idea other than occult activity. Or it's their cat. We woke up the next day and there was a huge boat crash. We knew the driver, and that same night, a girl died. Potentially a coincidence, but freaked the shit out of all of us. But most paranormal experience we've had is this story. The same group minus a few were walking on the beach talking about demons, specifically djinns. As we continued walking on the beach, we saw a really off-putting old plane that seemed off. The whole plane sighting was weird to me. I can explain more about it if this post blows up, but as we kept walking down the beach, I saw this weird figure. But my friends said that they didn't see it. As we got closer, they also saw the figure. The figure was completely pitch black, and on the beach at night everything are sort of shades of black. But rarely are there things that are the same shade of black completely. We assumed the figure to be maybe plastic trash bag somebody left on the beach due to the inhumane ways it was moving. But as we got closer, we could make out its human shape. We got about 12 feet from it and stopped moving, and what we made out to be its head looked right at us. I, being an idiot, started to run away, messing with my friends, screaming, "Fuck!" This freaked them out, and they ran off too. But according to the girl in our group, she looked back and saw it actually chasing us after we all started to run. What messed the most with us about this was the fact that being 12 feet from it, we couldn't make out any features, but could tell it was something due to its outline. I have more beach stories if you guys would like to hear them, but I was hoping to see your opinions on what actually happened those 2 nights. My friend group is split between it being junkies and the paranormal. They can be mixed. Shadow figure / strange spirit encounter. So basically, a while back when me and my friend were like 15, we were fooling around with this rock crystal thing. It had a chain attached to it, and you could ask it yes or no questions depending on which way it swings. I think I remember her calling it a pendulum. I don't know. Indeed. Usually I'm a very no-risk person because I do not like messing around with stuff even if there's a chance it's not real. She told me that it had no negativity whatsoever, so I was like, fuck it, fine, let's do it. We were asking it questions, and it would give us yes or no answers. Some turned out to be true in the future, maybe coincidentally.
Keep in mind, my friend lives in a very old, in the middle of nowhere, countryside house. Sometimes it's a bit creepy. We'd hear weird house noises out of nowhere, and that would scare the living shit out of me, but that's beside the point. As me and her were asking questions, my friend, as a joke, asks, "Is this an evil spirit?" In sort of a playful tone. And then she flinches and tears seem to well up in her eyes as if she's got something in her eye. When I asked her what's wrong, she looked panicked and said, "I don't know." So we decided to take a break. We were sitting down on her kitchen floor, which sort of tied to her living room, kinda. I'm playing beats and songs and making silly raps, and she's doing the same, and we're laughing, and I look up and I see a dark shadow. And when I saw it, the shadow slid behind the corner wall beside the door. Told my friend to get the fuck up because I'm scared. That's because after that happened, it felt like I was getting watched from all around me. As if it can see my sides, back, and front. So we go to the usual downstairs bedroom that we usually slept in. But I would come over for sleepovers, but I said I'm not staying in here and that we need to go upstairs. It felt weirdly urgent. I felt like something bad was going to happen. Felt like dread and nausea from anxiety. All I kept saying was, "We need to go upstairs because insert friend's older brother is there." I don't know why, but I felt the need to go upstairs because her older brother was there, and for some reason I felt like whatever the thing downstairs was, it wouldn't do anything or follow us because her older brother was there. So after pleading with her, she listened, went upstairs to another bedroom. It felt like all the weight got lifted from my chest, and I felt it safe again. My friend also started freaking out because she felt safer upstairs as well, but for some reason when we were downstairs, she was trying so hard to convince me to stay down. So I was like, what the fuck, no fucking way. And this sounds weird, but I don't want to sound like I'm a goddamn Lorraine Warren or some type of bullshit, but I felt like that thing downstairs had very masculine energy. I felt stared at and dread and on the verge of a panic attack. When we were in the safe upstairs bedroom, I see my fuck-ass friend pull out that crystal shenanigan again, and I didn't realize she brought it up. She started asking it questions again, but this time it felt safe. I don't know why, but it did. It had more feminine energy, nearly like an elderly woman or something. She asked if the thing downstairs was negative, and the crystal thing answered, yes, and it swung in the yes direction. I just want to know if anybody ever had the same or similar experiences happen to them before, and why, for some reason, I had the urge and the instinct to go upstairs, just because my friend's older brother was there. I also just want opinions on this. This happened a while back, so it's pretty old, but I still wanted to share this to get this off my chest. First visit from a past loved one. When I was about 6 years old, my mom's father, my papa, had died. He had been on dialysis for a long time. My mom and grandma loved him so much that when he told them he wanted to stop treatment, they both told him absolutely not. That was my grandma's love for her life. And my mom was the only child of the two of them. She has other half-siblings. So she had an extremely close relationship with him too. By default, my sister and I had been very close to him. He played tunes on his keyboard and sing and play guitar. But me, being only about 6, making my sister a little bit younger than 3 at the time, we have some foggy memories about him being wonderful. But not many. And we certainly didn't understand or had ever experienced death. My papa decided to stop his treatments. Ended up in the hospital where soon after he had passed. My grandma and my mom were devastated.
so we all stayed with my gram to help everybody work through the grief. My sister was sitting by the window after he passed. Not sure how much time had passed since, but just staring into the driveway. My grandma had asked her to stop and come over to do something. I watched my sister, pretty ignored. My grandma got up and walked over to her and get her, and the sister still faces the window. She looked up to my grandma and said, "Gram, Papa's working on your truck." My grandma ripped open the blinds to see no one there at all. We were the only ones there, and my grandma and Papa were the only ones that knew that the truck wouldn't start. This whole experience is still so vivid in my mind. My mom and my grandma had talked about it quite a few times up until Gram passed a few years back. But this is a huge reason, as to why I believe wholeheartedly that when people die, they do visit their loved ones. You're not wrong. I did trip on a word, but you're not wrong. Attached spirit shows interest in my baby. To start this out, since I was a child, I've always been very in tune with the spiritual world, so I'm very sensitive to it when I'm around places like the cemetery. I often go to the cemetery to visit my grandmother and others, and I've had many experiences there. Since I was a child, I've also always had somebody following me. He's spoken to me a couple of times, and remembering the first time I heard him, was quite afraid. I was in bed about to go to sleep. Since we moved in the home me and my fiancé are in, it's just some weird things that we've been experiencing since moving here. For example, about a year ago, I constantly had nothing but morning shifts, and I had a morning routine just like anyone else. Before I would leave for work, I would spend a couple of minutes rubbing my partner's back and giving him kisses. One morning, I was running late, so I didn't have time for any of that. When I got home later, my partner mentioned the morning, saying, "Thank you for rubbing my back this morning. It was really nice, but why didn't you answer my question?" I went cold, and I told him I had never had the chance to give him a massage or even a kiss because I was late to work. This has only happened once so far. We also have both experienced hearing each other's voices calling us in the other room, whether that be us in our room or hearing it in the living room or kitchen, or us in the living room and hearing it in the bedroom. It hasn't felt malicious, but more trickster-like. Unfortunately, I'm home alone often, and in the beginning I would constantly hear and feel an entity run up to me or pass right by me. I've made it very clear that if it bothers me, and it hasn't happened in a very long time. Anyway, to continue, I got pregnant in 2024. And ever since I got pregnant, the activity has only gotten worse. When I was pregnant, I was still home alone a lot. I would often hear my partner's voice in our bedroom or kitchen. Every time it happened, it would become extremely cold in the room, and my stomach would drop. That's that, and or on my wall or the counter, or even my bookshelf would fall or get knocked off. I have a designated area for bones I collect, like all animal bones. And I put some keepsakes from residents I looked after that have passed away. There's a doll on the shelf, and she likes to move around a little bit. Nothing scary, but she'll move when there's something else happening in the house. Now, ever since I've given birth, many odd things have happened, like a shelf falling off the wall that's been up for like 3 years and was perfectly secure. My fiancé and I hearing each other's voices in the same room that we're in or the other room, and things being moved around our home. Recently, I'm going to bed with my baby who's about 3 months old when I started to feel an off feeling. That feeling we all know if someone is watching you, and it didn't feel good. All of a sudden, my cat started to meow, which he does not do often. And it was a distressed meow. He's trying to make his way over to me, who was in bed, and I literally watched him being dragged. I watched him being pulled up in the air while he was trying to hold onto a blanket I had hanging out the wall. Mention you, I have 2 other cats who were staring with bushy tails. I immediately grabbed my baby and had him sleep with me. Another example of the increase in activity. I've had my partner's voice talk to my baby when my partner wasn't even in the room. I noticed it like the last moment is when my baby was being fussy and I would hear my partner's voice say, "Oh, it's okay, Bubba." A reason I'm now starting to become worried is my baby has now been moved around. Recently, when I went to put my baby down to sleep, I put him down in the bassinet horizontally. Later, about an hour after I put him down, he was making some weird sounds I could hear from the living room. Thought it might have just been him sleeping and just making noises, but out of nowhere he started wailing. So I ran in the room and saw that he had moved to the upside-down vertical position. I obviously know I didn't put him down that way. Can't even fully flip over yet. So there's no way that he's able to do that himself in his sleep. And seeing my cat, he just vigorously moved around and dragged, was already frightening, so seeing this entity is taking an interest in my baby is concerning. I have cleansed my home as well. I do every few months. My nephew saw a man in the closet disappear. We're from Mexico, Puebla. And in our old home, my parents describe everything they've seen and heard, from footsteps and furniture moved at night to seeing a woman in a white gown walking across a room just feet away from them. Anyway, that's a story for another day. This is a new one. We moved into a new house in Virginia last November. We're renting for 2 years. The place seems normal, and we've only had one semi-paranormal event, which was about a week ago. Now it's 2. Okay, so here's what happened. Just about 20 minutes ago, I was watching some YouTube videos on her TV in the living room. It's me and her 3 dogs in the living room downstairs. My nephew, 4 years old, and my mom in the bedroom upstairs. Paused the TV and went upstairs to get a jacket to walk my dog. I open my parents' room door and I ask my mom if I can head out for a few. She tells me yes, but then tells me to come inside. I go in and she asks her nephew in Spanish, "What did you see?" He answers, There was a man in the closet and he walked out and he was gone and he's not there. He was there. Confused, I looked into the dark closet, which has a door open like normal, and I walked it, nothing human-shaped, and I've seen this kid's YouTube history. Closest thing he'd seen to ghost videos is videos about a slide heater. I called his mom, and she just chalked it up to him seeing stuff with a high imagination. Now, yes, he has an active imagination, as I've seen him play out stories in his head when we play at the park, but never something that would actively scare him like that. Wasn't even scared, it was like he was confused on what he'd been seeing. I don't know what to think of it. On one hand, he's a kid, you can't trust him, but on the other hand, he's never said anything like this or lied without a reason in general. He wouldn't say something that would scare himself and just bring to believe that, well, he'd imagine something like that. Doesn't seem he'd be looking into the dark side of the room and imagined it, since he was on his iPad since that moment I walked into the room. He was sitting on a revolving seat while scared, wasn't trying to hide or anything, just keeping close with my mom who was showering. I'd love to hear ideas, explanations, and any kind of weapon against the paranormal, because I'm not taking chances here. I live less than 40 steps from that closet. Shadow people. I should really be going to my family about this. And I have, but they haven't really done anything yet. For a couple of weeks, I've been seeing humanoid figures in my room, like standing on the edge of my bed or bedside or behind items. They look like shadows, and they stand and sometimes swaying. I've been having mental health issues lately, and they could be hallucinations, but the hallucinations I've had are very different to this. For ages, I've been waking up between 1 and 3 a.m. for some reason, and just recently I've seen the shadow people. One particular one that stands out. It's this weird thing, really. It had hollowed out eyes that were almost pitch black. It had long fingers, like 4 inches long, and I use metric, so I'm not exactly sure. Its skin was pale, and it had a hat on its head. I'm not sure if it was a hat, because the hat was 2 long cones that was black and white striped across. Peeked out from behind a box in my room and then went back behind it. When I shined my flashlight on my phone towards it, it wasn't there. I've had weird things happen too, like my blanket being pulled or tugged on and feeling like something's on it or holding it down. Does anybody know what this might be and what precautions to take? I'm losing sleep over this and would like a quick solution if that's possible. I'm aware my house is haunted, especially my backyard. My house is haunted, and I want to tell some stories. I just felt like sharing this, and everybody loves a good haunted house story. My house has been in my family for around 2 generations, so it's a bit old. Maybe around 80 years, probably more. Everybody who lives or has lived or stayed for an extended period of time in the house has experienced something unexplainable that we all just chalk up to ghosts. My family's spiritual too, or just enough where it's above the normal person. As in, we sage and use incense to cleanse when the vibes get bad, and we're open to the thought of ghosts and spirits and all that, and stuff like give it to the universe and you get it back, but that's pretty boring. And I'm moving soon to a brand new house, and this thing's being built, so I'm just gonna lose all the ghost buddies that have terrorized or taken care of me my whole life. Here's some highlights I've had. Laying in bed late one night and trying to get to sleep. I have my foot out of my covers and slightly hanging off of my bed. Something grabs it and pulls. I get tugged off my bed and my bed moved a whole half meter. I was scared absolutely shitless because nobody was in my room, and before that, my dog refused to come into my room. Just slowly went back into my bed and curled up in a ball under my covers. One night I go into my back area in laundry to see my brother, or rather my brother's ex-partner, standing at the top of the stairs looking pale. Not only pale, but terrified as she calls out for my brother. I come up behind her and ask what she's doing. She jumps a bit but calms down, and eventually my brother comes back upstairs. My yard is pitch black at night, so I just assumed she was wondering where he was. That was until later I found out that she saw an old-looking lady in like a Victorian-style dress near the tree in the backyard just standing there. Everyone in my house has some sort of experience of her. My experience with her is I was getting clothes off the line and she was there, staring at me. I nearly died. One time I entered my room, and it was really, really hot, like boiling hot. But it was winter, and I'm Australian living in a tropical area, so I'm used to the heat. But in the winter, it never really goes above 20 degrees centigrade, which is freezing for me. And it had a really negative and heavy atmosphere. I was so tired, and it was after work, so I just said, "Yo, can you, fuck off right now? It's not the time." After a couple of seconds, my room cooled down and went back to normal. I was in my shower one time, maybe 11 p.m. That's when I heard my mom laughing right outside the door. I froze and went dead silent because she usually goes to sleep at 8 p.m. After a couple of seconds of silence, I hear footsteps walking away from the door into my backyard, Then I hear my dog absolutely book it through my laundry, and the bathroom is in the laundry, down the stairs and start barking and screaming her head off. She has 3 types of barks. Her playful, high-pitched one, her warning one, when somebody just walked down the street, and then her sort of guard dog one that's loud and deep and terrifying. She was using her guard dog one. My younger sister has so much stories of her toys just flying off the shelves in her old room. Back when I was in that room, the same thing happened. What also happened was the closet. That room is the only one with a built-in closet. It's also the smallest room. But it was opening and closing throughout the night. And let me tell you guys, I'm currently 16 and I still struggle to open it and close it. That's since the slidey bits are rusted and the door's heavy. As a child, my grandfather died. Great-grandfather. We just kind of called him Grandpa, though. And after his funeral, I was sitting on my bed and crying to myself because I missed him. And that was my first experience with mortality. 2 people entered my room and started comforting me. I recognized one as my grandpa, but I had absolutely no clue who the second person was. That was until a couple of years later I saw a photo of my grandma, my grandpa's wife. Realized that it was her. She died before I was born. All my life I've been told that she's my guardian angel. It's the reason why I get into so much deadly situations and come out alive and okay. My middle name is her name, which is a nice thing. Her name is my middle name because when I was born, like a couple of hours after when my grandpa got to see me, I apparently gave him a look that my grandpa used to give him all the time. And he went, "God, she looks like Tui." Or something, so made my middle name her name. At night, you'll always hear footsteps walking down my hall. Either it's the house settling or it's someone walking. And most of the time, you can hear distinct footsteps. Sometimes I also hear the sound of, like, my dead dog crying. Kind of freaks me out. If I have my hand hanging off of my bed at night, I can feel someone holding it. Not doing anything bad, just holding it, and sometimes I also feel that feeling of someone brushing their thumb over my knuckles. It's kind of nice. It's not nice, however, when I get the feeling of hot breath on my hand. My house is 2 stories. The first story has the formerly front room, which is now my brother's room and my pop's workshop. We live upstairs, about 8 or so meters up. I don't know. I'm bad at estimating. But the tapping at the windows is really weird and I hate it. Plus, I hear knocks on my door all the time. And I know better than to open my door when I hear 3 knocks, but sometimes I hear rapid knocks and they're at my door, and that's when I open it and there's just nothing there. Freaky. Finally, one little thing about my house, which is more sad than scary, but my pop died last month and he spent a lot of time under the house in his workshop doing stuff since he was a builder. Nobody can go under there now since there's just a heavy feeling of being watched. Not watched in a bad way, but watched. Like someone's observing you. Hope he's watching over us, but I also hope he's able to pass on peacefully. Anyways, that's some stuff that happens in my house that I remember. Hope if you made it to the end you enjoyed it. Mainly wrote this for myself since I get really, really bad paranoia the moment ghosts and stuff get brought up. This is like exposure therapy, confronting my fears or like acknowledging it, I don't know. But I hope this helps me feel peaceful at night, and I hope it doesn't just have the opposite effect and won't be able to, sleep at all tonight. Whether it's the morning, the afternoon, the evening, or the night, I most certainly hope that you are able to sleep tonight. Sweet dreams. See ya. Paranormal M is your home for eerie tales and unexplained mysteries. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications to join us for weekly chills. Are you ready to embrace the supernatural? Weird shit happens down in the basement. So this has happened in the basement of my childhood home. It was when I was around 13 or 14 years old. The house didn't feel particularly haunted, but both of my two siblings can attest weird shit used to happen down in that basement. I was having a sleepover with a friend, and whenever we stayed at my house, we always slept down there. Basement was fully finished with a big TV, a couch, a pool table, a Murphy bed, the works. It was great because us rowdy teenagers could hang out down there and not disturb my parents as much. Anyways, we fell asleep watching a movie on DVD. And at some point I recall waking up to the bright yellow selection screen glaring in the dark, and the same annoying-ass sound clip replaying over and over, just a few decibels too loud. Now it's important to note, to the left of the TV was a small skinny closet with a door. I remember we'd gone into the closet to grab some extra blankets before starting the movie, and perhaps we didn't close it all the way after. That was because when I woke up the door was slightly ajar, maybe 3, maybe 4 inches. So I wake up and I'm in that weird, surreal state. It's where I can't really tell if I'm awake yet or still asleep or just dreaming. I look at the TV and I'm suddenly frozen with fear. Right in front of the TV on the left-hand side was this tall, skinny black shadow. It was obstructing with this bright yellow color of the screen. It didn't have any particular features, more just a dark, vaguely shaped mist of a standing figure. Suddenly, almost as if the shadow noticed me looking at it, the mist quickly drifts into the closest next thing to the TV, and y'all, I swear, the door closes shut behind it. At this point, I'm so scared I couldn't move. Wanted to wake up my friend so badly, but I couldn't even bring myself to speak. I just sat there hoping I was seeing things or trying to convince myself that I was still asleep and it was just in fact a dream. All of a sudden, my friend, whom I thought was asleep this entire time, sits straight up next to me on the couch and goes, "Did you just fucking see that?" We sprinted up those goddamn stairs so fast our feet barely touched the ground. Really, I don't think I've ever run like that in my entire life. We told my parents the next morning and they just laughed at us, clearly not believing it. But when I told my siblings the same story, they both just shrugged, each responding similarly with something along the lines of, "Weird shit only happens down in the basement." I think my ghost likes video games. This is more or less just a cool thing that happened. So my family 100% has spirits or ghosts attached to us. We've all seen them, even interacted in one way or another. Whenever I'm in my office playing video games, I'll see something moving behind via the reflection of the screen. I realized one day after the third time it happened in the span of an hour. Wasn't me. Wasn't the graphics. Also explained why my office was always freezing after bed, despite it being warm when I first go in. I have 2 blankets on my desk for this reason. It stays warm when I'm working or writing, which is just weird. Talked to my mom because I was pretty sure something was watching over my shoulder. Then we had this idea to take the spare chair I have in my office, and when I game, I put it next to me, but a little far back so I can't see it. Still kind of feel watched, and it's still chilly, but at least now the odd reflections that freaked me out had stopped. And the one day I forgot about the chair started again. So apparently they need a chair to watch me. The weirdest thing happened when my family and I were put for town for the weekend.
My friend messaged me and asked if I wanted to play Marvel Rivals with him because he saw I was playing it. Guys, I was somewhere in another city buying books, nowhere near my PC. But I had indeed had the log that I had been online for at least an hour playing Rivals. I have a terrible habit of leaving my PC on, but I always make sure all my tabs and windows are closed before leaving my desk. I get home, my PC was off, not asleep, off. So, yeah, I think whichever one watches me game decided to indulge while I was gone. Something attacked me. I've told 3 other people this story. 2 of them were involved that night, and 1 was my therapist. I'm a scientist, although I'm spiritual and believe in ghosts. I never really believed in demons or things of that nature. I did grow up in a haunted ghost house, but since moving out, I have not experienced any paranormal activity, nor have I had any hallucinations. Hoping one of you can help me figure out what attacked me. This summer I wasn't feeling well. I was going to bed early. So while in my pajamas, I saw the local Facebook page had posted about the Northern Lights being out. I'd been trying to see them all year and just kept missing them. So I grabbed a light jacket and I headed out. Of note, I had no alcohol or drugs in my system. I drive north. Found some fields to stop in, but word had gotten out and every minute another car was passing trying to find a dark area to see the lights. After my 3rd spot was wrecked, it takes about 10 minutes for your eyes to adjust, and every headlight started you back at T01, and I just jumped in my car and drove even farther north. I was on the phone with a buddy of mine, as I'm a single female alone at night, and he made me feel safer. I hit the highway, and then I saw it. The empty, abandoned land that was used by the military for some unknown scientific experiments. It had just become public, and I kid you not, the radiation levels had finally become safe to walk around. I'd been there in the daytime and seen some of the old bunkers. Definitely something weird going on there. But it just so happened to be mostly an open field with no streetlights, making it the perfect spot to see the lights. Turned down the gravel road, drove about a mile in. I even made the comment to my friend that this place was spooky, and these weird birds kept flying around. They looked like bats, but when they landed, they didn't stand like bats do. I grew up in the country, so the dark doesn't bother me. I just kept going. I finally reached the middle and pulled over to the side of the road. No one and nothing for as far as I could see. I grabbed my phone, stepped outside, took a few photos, and then waited for my eyes to adjust. After about 10 minutes, right when my night vision was starting to work, the hair on my neck stood up. I knew this feeling, as it usually meant an animal was watching you. Again, I'm a country kid. On the phone mid-sentence, I turned to my left and my entire body froze. It was like the air was moving, kind of moving shadow, but my mind also just knew it was something that walked on 4 legs but stood up. Possibly a dog, but again, it was translucent. I started screaming, ran back to my car. I felt that thing hit my back and bounce off, like it tried to go through me but couldn't. The second it touched me, it felt like a Dementor from Harry Potter, but worse if possible. Never felt such fear and dread. This was worse than death, and I don't and didn't believe in hell, so to me, death isn't necessarily scary. This made me feel like even in death, I would have never felt happiness again. Jumped in my car, sped down the road, still screaming and praying.
I kept screaming for my dad and brother, who were both dead, and Jesus, and I'm not even Christian, to save me. The worst part is, I was driving in the wrong direction. I had to turn around and drive back to get out there. I screamed the entire time for help, and at some point my phone call dropped. My service, which was fine on the way in, finally came back the second I hit the highway. My friend called back asking me what was wrong, but I was still screaming and crying. I could barely get the words out on what I had seen. I drove all the way back into town, called a friend who lived nearby. Went to her place and stayed there for a few hours as I calmed down. I don't know, she was Christian, and it was lucky that she believed in this stuff. Finally got the courage to go home, and she gave me something for protection. I just took a shower to warm up, and my back felt cold. It was like something had cut a thin line down across my spine. There wasn't any marks that I could see, but I had to sit in the shower with my back to the wall because I kept feeling like something was touching me. I lost my voice for 9 days after that. Had to lie to my friends and coworkers about the reasoning why. And it's been 6 months since I haven't had any weird experiences again. Sometimes, though, if something touches my back a certain way, I have a jolt of panic out of nowhere. Other than that, I've had no other issues. But I don't really talk about it to anyone because 1, I feel crazy, and 2, I don't want to bring attention to it as I really don't know what I even believe in anymore. I think enough time has passed that I want to know if anybody else has experienced this as well. As a scientist, I know our minds can play tricks on us, and I'm fully able to say maybe the dark tricked my brain, but can't get over the fear that overcame me after it hit me. I've been scared in the woods at night before. I've camped, I've been scared something was watching me. This was so much worse than that. It's like I could feel it in my soul. What do the knocks mean? In the rental home I've lived in for 14 months, between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. daily, there will be random knocks on the front door. The knocks will come one at a time. A single knock. Between those hours, the knocks will happen randomly. They're very loud and sudden, and of course, there's no one and nothing at the door that could be making the noise. I live in Florida, for reference, and the door goes to get direct sunlight at that time, so I was just trying to rationalize a scientific reason for this. Like maybe the seal's getting hot and popping. There's no damage to the structure of the door or the seals, and additionally, it's kind of only and always between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m., no matter the weather. My dogs hear the knock as well. Used to set them off, but now they've kind of learned to remain calm for a single knock. Used to startle us all, though, because of how loud and abrupt it is. By the way, I work from home and my desk is 20 feet in front of the door. I try to be aware now in those hours and not let it startle me. But it does puzzle me. I've been having various paranormal experiences all my life, but this house is the first I've heard the knocking. In this house, the other paranormal thing that happens is the chains from the light fixtures will randomly swing. Even if the fixture is fully off. This is something I've experienced before and might make a separate thread on. Curious to know, has anyone else dealt with knocking experiences? And what do you make of mine? Shadow figure sat on sofa. What does this mean, and what should I do? A couple of nights ago at my boyfriend's house, I couldn't sleep due to his snoring. So I went downstairs and tried to sleep on the sofa.
Really couldn't sleep. Felt very on edge and got a sudden migraine behind my right eye. And I rarely get migraines. Never have at night. Anyway, I'd been there a few hours and got to be around 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. I was looking at the sofa sat opposite me and saw a shadow figure sat there on the right side of the sofa. The shadow head was clear as the light from the hall was behind it. No features, just an oval shadow and then the body underneath. If anyone has seen the movie White Noise, exactly like the shadow man in that. I thought I was being silly, so I tried to shut my eyes. But I just couldn't shake the feeling someone was sat there watching me. I felt scared, so I went back upstairs. The next morning, I said to my boyfriend casually, like it was so weird I couldn't sleep because I thought I could see Shadow Man. My boyfriend doesn't believe in ghosts. However, I sort of do, as I've felt and seen things before. He said, "Oh, you sat on the other sofa." And I said, "Yeah," and he said, "Yep, I saw him once when I couldn't sleep." I asked what side of the sofa he said, and he said, "On the right side." Freaked me out as it meant that I wasn't being silly. What is this figure? And does it mean anything? And is there anything I should do? Mr. Growman, the Gromans. So, just a little context, I've had close to a dozen paranormal encounters that I vividly remember. My great-grandmother, who I was extremely close with, read palms during the Great Depression. She passed away 2 years ago. But she was very into Ouija boards and things of that nature. She always sparked my curiosity about the paranormal since I was about the age of 7. For starters, my siblings and I have always had like a paranormal entity interaction at a young age. This is my little sister's story, as I remember it. We lived in a very small Section 8 house. It was my little sister, little brother, myself, stepdad, and my mom. My stepfather was an abusive drug addict. My mom worked 2 jobs and was never really home, just trying to make a living for the family. We moved into this small bright blue house on the southeast side of Indianapolis. The house was a piece of shit looking back at it. No running water, electricity there only worked half the time, and we were all outside kids due to this. My siblings and I never really were the type of kids to be glued to a TV or anything like that. One day my little sister came home from playing in the backyard. Brought up a guy she met named Mr. Growman. She said that he would follow her around and play dress-up with her and have tea parties. My stepdad went outside trying to mind the Mr. Growman, as he presumably thought he was one of the hundreds of pedos that lived in the area. As time progressed, we all, excluding my sister, presumed him to be an imaginary friend. My little sister would make plates for him during dinner, hold doors open for him, and let him use her room to get changed. My stepdad had 3 fish in a very large fish tank. We went to the local pet store to get some fish food, and when he returned home, they were about 30-ish feet away from the tank in the middle of the door, or floor. We didn't have any other pets, and the distance was too far for them to jump out of the tank. Nonetheless, we kind of chalked it up to the fish jumping out of their tank. When my little sister came inside, she informed my stepdad that Mr. Growman did it because he didn't like you. Well, we kind of ignored her since she was roughly 5 at the time, and we knew she was probably bullshitting. Months passed, and the whole family experienced the typical paranormal experiences as doors would slam. Faucets would turn off and on by themselves. Pictures falling, things of that nature. One day my mother and I were talking to an old couple. They lived next door, and they'd been there since maybe the early 50s. The topic of the family that lived there before us came up. And sure enough, they were the Gromans. The old man my sister befriended was a grandpa that adopted his granddaughter after their drug-using, abusive father beat them severely. They all died in a house fire 30 years before we moved in. The lady proceeded to tell us that he was very father-like to his granddaughters, playing dress-up and tea parties, Barbies, the whole nine. To this day, we all talk about this, and it sends chills up my spine every time I hear his name. Living with the poltergeist. This happened in Indianapolis, Indiana, roughly around the year of 2004-2005. My ex-wife and I had our first kid. We were both young, as I was 23 and my wife was 19. At that age, we both wanted our own place, and we decided to get an apartment together. We searched for a few weeks and settled on some brand new apartments that were still in the process. And to my knowledge, this really wasn't anything but a cornfield beforehand, so I've heard other stories of these apartments being built on an old Indian burial ground. Never found proof of this, though. Anyway, during the process of moving in, we would bring our pit bull over to get kind of used to the house and explore around a bit. The first red flag was my pit bull named Phoebe wouldn't go anywhere near this place. She would sit outside the apartment and whine until we could just go inside, and then she'd start barking. Looking back, it's one of the obvious signs something paranormal's going on. But the thought never crossed my mind. After everything's moved in, things seemed to be going great. I worked second shift as a waiter and would often pick up hours for a few extra bucks. That was while my wife was in cosmetology school. So after forcing my dog to become acquainted with the apartment, she seemed to be doing fine. Refused to go into my son's room. I'll admit his room gave me a weird feeling, but as a young man, I tried not to think too much of it. Everything changed 3 days within being in my new home. I was off work on a random Tuesday. Took my son and dog to the local park for a few hours to burn off some energy. We got back and my son went and took a nap, or so I thought. When I went to check in on him, he was talking to himself in like a full, coherent conversation. Not necessarily abnormal for kids to make up friends or whatever, so I just asked him who he was talking to. He replied with, "The scary lady in the corner of the room," and he points to the corner of the ceiling. I was a little bit creeped out, but I'm a firm believer in letting kids run wild with the imagination. I'd ask him questions such as, do you know her name or how old she is? What does she look like? All to no avail. All I was told is she was an older girl who was very mean. Fast forward a few hours later. My wife returns home and we discuss the previous situation. Come to an agreement that he's just being a kid that went to bed that night. I awoken by my son screaming and crying in the middle of the night. Went to go in there and check on him. When I went in, he was pointing at the corner of the ceiling again. My dog was staring at the corner of the room barking. I wasn't sure what to do. So I took my son in our room and closed the door, and everything seemed to settle down. The next day I go to work and I'm working a double, but I won't be home till a little after midnight. Call my wife every break, make sure everything's going well. And it was. About 11:30 I received a phone call from her saying the same thing from the last night are happening again, and that I needed to go home at the moment. Tell my boss I'm having a family emergency and speed as fast as I can back to our home. As I open the door, I hear the chaos going on and go straight to our room where I find her sitting in the bed with her son, crying hysterically. The dog sprinting back and forth, barking as loud as a dog can bark. My wife just crying due to being overwhelmed, so we leave for the night and go to my parents' house. As we're driving there, my son looks at me dead in the eyes and says, "Daddy, she wants me to tell you she's a poltergeist." My son is 2, mind you. Doesn't even know the word, has never seen or heard anything conversation even remotely close to that topic. So I knew he was on bullshit. We returned to the apartment the next day. My whole house is turned upside down. My son's dresser on the floor, all the clothes spread out all over the room. Toy box was emptied and every toy he had was scattered around. His crib went vertical up against a wall. And we moved out that day. Brings tears to my eyes writing this, and it feels like I haven't or can't begin to process this. Happened 20 years ago. Later that year, he walked in on my wife watching The Grudge and dropped down to the floor and started crying, saying that was the woman he saw. And by the way, I've always been a believer in the paranormal, or at least want to. But this experience made me look at life differently. Not only because my whole family was traumatized by this event, but because you never know what truly scary is until you're up against a force you can't even see. Horrific experience and things being turned upside down. Last week I had a horrific experience. It was the middle of the night and I woke up to footsteps in my apartment. I immediately got up and walked around. Didn't see anyone. Realized that my front door was stupidly unlocked, so of course I lock it. I do another check around the apartment and go back to sleep. Several hours later, I wake up to the same noises, but this time I stay still and listen. The noise stops, but my bedroom door opens ever so slightly, and I see the black outline of a person. At this point, I'm petrified. I do move or make a noise, I just wait. Think they mean don't. Finally, the figure just says 0 in a human voice. Sounded like any other man. I jump out of bed, turn on all the lights, and I look around again. Nothing. Double check the locks, and this time, lock my bedroom door. I sit in my bed for a while, waiting for something to happen before dozing off, and in the morning I'm still pretty freaked out, but go to take a shower, and when I turn the water on, the water is hitting the ceiling. The shower heads had been turned completely upside down. I realized the only place I didn't check was behind the shower curtain. Really don't think that would have done that. Like, why would I turn the shower head 180 degrees around? It wouldn't make sense. Anyway, I go around my day, and I try not to think about it too much. Flash forward to yesterday. Get in my car in the morning, go to class, and my rearview mirror is also turned all the way upside down. After that, I'm just so confused and spooked. I wondered if maybe I was sleepwalking and turning things upside down. Never been a sleepwalker in my 22 years, and apparently it's very rare for sleepwalking to randomly start in your 20s. Almost unheard of. Does anyone know what's going on? I'm not well versed in the supernatural, so pretty out of my element here. Is there some sort of spirit that turns things upside down? Is it a bad omen or something? I'd love to hear people's thoughts. Rings falling on their own. Okay, this may sound crazy and unreal, but I didn't know where else to write this down. Last night around 5:30 a.m., I woke up from the sound of something falling down on the floor. Thought it was something metal from under my bed, so opened my phone and started searching for whatever was causing that noise. Didn't find anything under the bed, so I sat down. Then the noise was heard again. My cat entered the room and she was sniffing at something. So I just kind of instantly opened the light and found out that the noise came from my rings. There's no logical explanation for my rings to be in the front of my bed. I always keep them on a high shelf on the other side of the room. Didn't think much of it because it was late at night and thought that maybe I'd put the rings somewhere in my bed and just toss them down accidentally. The thing is, I always wear 4 specific rings that are my favorites. I only found 3 down, so I started looking for the 4th one. 4th one was on a shelf I'd keep my rings, but there is another ring on the floor that I haven't worn in months. Is this something paranormal? I can't find any other solution. Recently went through something traumatic and I'm trying to heal. And is this a message or am I overanalyzing? I will say the memory gets funny after you experience something traumatic. I feel I'm gifted but haunted by demons. I'm really struggling right now. My whole life has been in a battle with demons. Now, as a baby, I was born into a Christian family. Would often have dreams about future events, and I could change the weather through prayer one time. I was even healed from a fall out of a tree within an hour. The bruises and marks disappeared, and I looked as if nothing happened. The problem is that with good things come demons. Throughout my life, I felt completely alone. Sometimes meeting people who've had similar experiences. I would always see demons up until around 28 when I found an unhealthy way to make them go away. Often they would force me out of my body into a state between sleep and awake, into a dim gray world just like ours, without sun or night, just gray. In the astral plane, I experimented every time. I was there, I started by seeing if light worked, so I turned on my light, but it broke. It even broke when I woke up in the morning. I then tried my phone or electricity and nothing worked. I even went to see if others existed in the dimension, and I saw my parents sleeping. It was then that I realized I should never do that again. As if it was an invasion of privacy. Sometimes things would just kind of claw, maybe just talk to me. Some nights I would float in sleep paralysis above my bed or see figures or hear them. Most commonly it was a woman in a nightdress. Her fingers were pointy and black, and her hair draped over her face like the girl from The Ring. I'm now 24. About 2 years ago, I just moved to the other end of the country at the bottom of a mountain. I'm doing this with 17 people. I live in a tourist attraction, restaurant. During my stay here, for the most part, nothing happened. For around 4 years, nothing significant happened. I was just drinking, vaping, smoking weed often because, well, destroying my life at this time, though. I decided within the last few months to turn my life around. I quit smoking first, then vaping, then my phone addiction, and then something happened. I found myself floating in my bed again. Tried to ignore what was happening because I was angry. Then I heard a woman say, "I have a letter." And when I looked, there was a woman at the end of my bed. It was too dark to see her properly, but I just ignored her. I could see the outline of her fingers on the paper. I don't want any part of this stuff anymore. I'm sick of it. Fast forward a week later, and yesterday I'm in the shower. When I turned the shower off and opened the door, the mirror flew across the room into the sink. Brushed it off because I'm more bothered than scared by this stuff now, especially at this time in my life. But today, I completely lost it. The fact that this stuff is starting to happen again and reach its way into the physical world is quite serious. I feel so alone and crazy. I need to do something about this stuff, and I need someone to talk to. Just a lot of weird stuff. Any thoughts or stories, anybody? I'd love to hear. Am I alone in this? Good Lord. So, one, I've had some bizarre stuff happen throughout my whole life. More like than I can count on two hands, like a lot of which have had other witnesses, but it's happened at several different homes throughout my life. In the past week, however, I've witnessed more unexplainable things than all the other times put together. These ones are also much more up close and continuous. We're talking a gust of wind to find the logic of physics with enough force to make even the art on my wall sway, combined with a shadowy type of whatever you want to call it. And also what sounds like loud knocks coming from above our room. My partner was there too, and I coincidentally had been recording a video already. So I caught the whole thing and we were both floored. The things following have been just weird noises that shouldn't physically be possible. One night it was like 3 hours almost non-stop. I went through the entire house the next morning looking for any possible cause, and there's nothing. I actually caught some audio of that one on purpose because it just wouldn't stop and I felt like a crazy person. I wanted to look back on it, confirm that it was real, and also try to track down a possible explanation. There's also just one more weird, faint, shadowy, smoky thing visibly blowing past. Then the TV turned on by itself on one occasion. My partner and I were both thinking the other person did it. And on another occasion, our other TV shut off by itself, going to like a black screen for a few minutes, and then was nothing. I could do a troubleshoot, but then it completely just rebooted out of nowhere and went straight to an app that I've never even heard of. Should have just gone straight to the home screen. The one that happened tonight, our movie that we were watching, was running itself back multiple times with no possibility of me or my partner doing it, since we weren't near the remote. I was even clear across the room the first time. He got annoyed and asked if I could just pause it instead of running it back, and I was like, thought that was part of the plot. And that was just about an hour ago. I know that sounds insane, like I feel so weird even bringing this stuff up. I'm very, very skeptical and picky about these things. So I'll literally go down the entire list to debunk, and they've all got me pretty stumped. 2, I don't know why the F, but there's been such a bizarre amount of things that I've predicted or sensed or whatever you want to call it. All of this ahead of time with no possible way to know something's going to happen. Sometimes I'll just be like hoping something very unlikely happens, like all of us do sometimes, but it happens literally immediately after, despite the odds even to begin with. My friends and I joke about that one because it's so weird. And it's been happening for a long time so often. I also felt like something was very wrong before the first serious boyfriend drove into a semi. There's obviously no logical reason why I'd had that feeling when I did. Like a dead serious left him a voicemail an hour before I found out saying, "Something happened to you, I'll be so pissed at you." I remember that so vividly, like I felt terrified and delusional for feeling that way. My friends were all telling me I was being paranoid, and then we found out that morning immediately following me leaving the voicemail that he died. I don't know. Just things like that. The more I write about this, the more deranged I feel like I sound, and I'm really embarrassed. But I'm just dumbfounded. And I was curious if anybody else has had any similar experiences or
has any ideas on how any of this could be explained. What the heck? I heard a baby crying outside my window. So, yeah, I heard a baby crying outside my window. I live in a very quiet neighborhood. My direct neighbors have all moved out recently, and generally nothing happens here. Late night around 12:40 a.m., I heard a high-pitched cry loud enough to be heard over my earbuds. I initially thought it was one of my cats, but I look up to see them both at the window, trying to look outside with very tense posture. By then, I had gotten my earbuds out, and I heard it again. Baby crying just outside. It was so loud and clear and very close. Except it didn't sound right. The only way I know how to describe it is my stomach sank immediately. I tried to call my friend because I was scared, and my service and Wi-Fi both went from full bars to nothing as soon as I dialed. The crying continued. I reset my phone and finally got it working again, and the second she answered, the crying stopped. I haven't been able to get the cries out of my head. What does this mean? I heard somewhere it's like a warning or something, but bad maybe, I don't know. For anyone wondering, no, I didn't acknowledge it in any way. I didn't look or get up. I didn't even tell my friend verbally. I texted her. Can someone please tell me anything about this? Edit. Wanted to add that there's no walking accessible walkways and walls are quite thin, so I can hear cats, or cars. A little bit different. I live in northeastern Alabama in a smallish town, low crime. So those suggesting animals, it would have to be an animal that could get close enough to my window, since my window is roughly 6 feet from the ground with nothing to climb on near it. It was extremely close to my window, which is why I hear it over my earbuds. Then again, I've lived here a while, and I've really only seen one stray dog, animal-wise, and it was properly collected by animal control. Something in my house. So for context, it's very often that I'm alone at night. I live with my dad, who works night shift, gone for 12 hours at a time. He normally comes home around 7 a.m. and sleeps while I sleep until 11 a.m. I wake up, I do my usual routine, which is close Dad's bedroom door so I don't wake him, then go to the bathroom and whatnot. I notice his door is already closed, but didn't think about it and do the rest of my routine. However, later in the day, after Dad wakes up for work, he asks me if I got up early. Kind of very surprised. Me waking up, let alone getting out of bed early, definitely not something I do. I tell him no, and he gets even more confused. Tells me what he saw that morning. He got home, got ready for bed, laid down trying to wind down. After laying there for only 10 minutes, he hears shuffling down the hall, and a figure closes the door and goes to the bathroom. Turns out the light and latches on the door, which he assumed was me. I may get some judgment here, but I don't care. I have a fear of bathrooms, which means that I don't fully close the door, at least at home. I leave it cracked, never fully close it. I can get through the fear in other places, but that results in the fastest piss and hand washing America's ever seen. I say this because my friend suggested maybe I woke up early and didn't remember. Which, I suppose is a slim possibility, but unlikely. Me crawling out of bed that early and fully closing the bathroom door is a fat chance. They also suggested a burglar that stole only her bathroom for 20 minutes and then the door locked, so probably not. A burglar that stole the bathroom. I like that.
Abaddon. So this past Halloween, 10/31/17, some friends that I regularly play with online decided to come visit, so we could all finally meet in person. We rented an Airbnb in the city. We got all dressed up in our costumes and went out dancing. Everything was completely normal. Everyone was in great spirit and seemingly having a blast. So, fast forward to the early hours of the morning. I decided to break out my Ouija board. At this point, I should note that I've had paranormal experiences quite regularly my entire life. The more minute being things like sensing what I would call bad juju in certain areas of buildings, or maybe feeling a presence that makes my blood run cold. The more serious being hearing and seeing actual apparitions or having visions of things before they happen. That being said, at this point, I've never been able to get any sort of activity to manifest itself in a Ouija board. Not once. So, fearlessly, I brought out the board and proceeded to skeptically commune around with it with my girlfriend and my friend Vanessa. Everyone else in the house was asleep by this point. Vanessa took the reins as our guiding voice as we all meditated around what I knew to be nothing more than a board game. We all focused on shielding ourselves with a protective spiritual bubble. While sort of coaxing and passing spirits to commune with us on this Halloween night, nothing. 10 minutes pass. Cursor flicks back and forth a few times, and I silently think that's just Vanessa or my girlfriend moving it. We ask questions, all of which receive no direct answers. About 20 minutes into this game, I mentally focus on removing my bubble shield. I mentally call out to the void, saying nothing aloud, challenging whomever is listening to come to me. My blood is running cold and my eyes watering just typing this. Something came to me. I really can't describe it, but it was instantaneous. "Whoa," said the girls. They had felt it. I couldn't believe it. Their immediate reaction solidified that what I was feeling was not my imagination, but something very real. I trembled as Vanessa said, "Is something like or someone with us?" Now, I know what I'm about to say might sound bizarre, but just bear with me because it's kind of hard to explain what happened next. It felt like this thing dipped a tendril or a finger into my mind, just like you might dip a toe into a bath. I instantly felt its power. It was the most powerful energy I've ever experienced. It felt like I was tapped into an army of beings, or perhaps an entire dimension. It was unfathomable. It made me feel as if it could devour the entire universe if it so pleased. It told me its name was Abaddon. It didn't say it verbally, it was more like it wrote it out letter by letter inside my head. I was terrified. It felt like my body wasn't vast enough or strong enough. Couldn't house this thing's pinky finger. I felt overwhelmed. "What is your name?" Vanessa asked. The cursor moved and spelled out ABAD, and at this point, tears were streaming down my cheeks, and I said Abaddon. The girls both looked at me. "Its name is Abaddon," told me about 5 seconds before you asked. At this point, I told the girls that we weren't safe, and we implored the entity to move on from us. We said goodbye, per Ouija board etiquette, and stumbled into the kitchen and poured myself a glass of bourbon. The girls ran in after me to see how I was. My girlfriend knows me very well. She instantly could tell I was not all right. For one thing, I was shaking like a leaf. My chest felt heavy, and I could really talk about it for some reason. Just couldn't. "Is it still with you?" my girlfriend asked. I nodded my head. We immediately returned to the board and basically exorcised the entity. We sat in a circle all holding hands. The entity ran through my hands and into the girls.
They both felt it and started shaking. I immediately felt 1,000 pounds lighter, 20 degrees warmer. Eventually, we got it to leave us. We were all very exhausted by this, but we could barely sleep after. Everyone else in the house was awoken by this commotion and could tell something very serious had happened. My agnostic friend said that she was just lying in the next room praying. She said that she felt or heard what we were experiencing. I don't know. The next day I look up Abaddon, and this is what I found. The Hebrew term Abaddon and its Greek equivalent, Apollyon, appear in the Bible as both a place of destruction and an angel of the abyss. In the Hebrew Bible, Abaddon is used with reference to a bottomless pit, often appearing alongside the place Sheol, meaning the realm of the dead. My sister disappeared. Today is my older sister's birthday, so naturally I'm lying awake thinking about how long it's been since I've seen her. Can't sleep. Had an older sister named Courtney, passed away 31 years ago today. I was born after her death, yet we still managed to have a sibling relationship through her visits. She would sometimes comfort me with her presence, especially on hard days. Sometimes manifesting physically, other times simply washing over the room with her energy. Mostly, though, she would appear in my dreams. One particular nice vision she showed me was of what I assumed was the afterlife. I was a small child in the dream, probably no older than 5. She was a child as well, which was notable because she always appeared to me as what I assumed to be a young woman in her early 20s. But in this dream, she was leading me by the hand through a seemingly endless field with a very large and beautiful tree in the center. We were laughing and playing, and she told me that I would be here with her someday, and it was beautiful. I woke up sobbing. I woke from many of these dreams crying. But the last time she visited me in a dream, I woke sobbing for a very different reason. The dream itself was abnormally short, and the atmosphere was very dark. This was a stark contrast to her usual dreamscapes, which seemed to hold a golden glow to them. This dream was a nightmare. It began with me parking my car in the driveway. I was 16 at the time and had just bought my first vehicle. It was pitch black outside. I was using the tiny flashlight on my keyring to illuminate the path to the house. It seemed to be very realistic, as this is usually how the arrivals home from work played out, and would always come through the side door in the house, enter in through the garage as to not disturb my sleeping parents. The dream followed suit with this behavior, got to the door and unlocked it. As I swung it open, I caught a reflection in the glass panes on the door. It was Courtney. I swung my head around in surprise. When my eyes met hers, terror washed over me. Her face was sunken in, severely decomposed. Maggots spilled from her empty eye sockets, and her jaw came unhinged on the side. Her flesh slowly melted away. She didn't say anything, but I knew 100% that it was her. Turned back to the door to see if I could see a reflection in it. I couldn't. When I snapped my head back around, she was gone, and I immediately woke up. Horrible nightmare brought on by my own twisted subconscious, maybe. Vision from the spiritual realm warning me that she was in danger, possibly. All I know is, she's been missing ever since. Haven't once felt her presence, seen her appear, or even received a shred of explanation or closure. What happened to my sister?
something strange in the woods behind my house. I will preface this by stating that the information I'm about to share with you is not a creepypasta or any other form of fiction. It is in fact my complete and honest recollection of the unexplained experiences I observed in and around the wooded area behind my childhood home. Other people in my family noted much of the same while growing up there. Our stories match now that we're all decades older. I'm not saying I believe in skinwalkers or Sasquatches or any other cryptids. I'm a man of science. I cannot ignore the lack of reliable and testable evidence in regard to such creatures actually existing. That being said, something very terrifying and unexplained lived or lives in the woods behind that house. Occurrence number 1. My sister and I had just received a tent as a gift from our grandfather. He had smoked enough Marlboro cigarettes and sent in the UPCs to get us a massive Marlboro tent. My mom hated it. We, however, loved it, and immediately set it up in the property line behind the house. We intended on spending the night out there, but after about an hour or so, we experienced something neither of us can explain to this day. We saw an indentation, like drag itself across the tent, and we heard it dragging as it went. It was like a giant finger or maybe a log, something of that size. My sister cried out and I immediately bolted outside. I was convinced it was our father playing a prank on us. Upon exiting the tent, I was greeted by nothing. There's nothing there. I searched the area briefly before grabbing my sister and going inside for the evening. About a week later, I ventured out into the tent again, only to realize it was gone. Ran inside, asked my mother where the tent was. She replied that she had thrown it away because it had tears in it. Confused, I tried to convince myself she was lying and had just maybe tossed it out because she was anti-smoking and thought the tent looked trashy. But I fear she was telling the truth. Occurrence number 2. One fall morning. About an hour before my alarm for school went off, I was jolted out of bed by what I can only describe as an otherworldly shriek. It came from the woods. Didn't sound human, but it didn't really sound animal either. Foxes and coyotes do live in those woods, but they don't make those kinds of sounds. It was insanely loud. Occurrence number 3. One evening, my father and I were up late having one of our classic all-night arguments. As we finally wrapped up our fight around 3 a.m., my father said he wanted to read a verse from the Bible in order to close on a positive note of peace. He began to read aloud, with that same, or at least very similar, otherworldly shriek booming through the house. It had to be just outside the kitchen window, but it was so loud that it sounded almost like it was in the house. We immediately ran around the house trying to find what the hell had made such a sound. It even awoke my siblings and mother, who helped in the confused search. After about half an hour, we all just sort of gave up and went to bed scratching our heads. Occurrence number 4. In my senior year of high school, I got a cat. She was an outside cat, but we would let her into the garage to sleep every night, mostly due to the coyotes and potentially bad weather and whatnot. She would always come home before we shut the garage doors. That's because she didn't want to be locked out. So one night she didn't show. I don't think much of it, as cats sometimes go on long, like hunting or mating excursions, only to return in 2 or 3 days like nothing happened. I assumed this to be the case, but after not seeing her for a week, I went and explored the area behind my house, the fields, and of course, the woods. I think I found her, and I say I think because I honestly couldn't tell. Looked like her, but she had been seemingly turned inside out. Stared at the remains for about a minute before turning back and going home. I know this was a long read, and if you stuck it out, thank you for your time and interest. If you can shed any light on what kind of animal or being or whatever, don't hesitate to share or speculate. My family, especially myself, would love to know what exactly was in those woods. Paranormal event or paranoia. I've been tormented by this question for many years. I remember perfectly well when after I was looking for a pendant to marry, and I'd argue with my parents, and then I thought that maybe somebody had hidden it. I was slightly pissed off, but rather calm. What stuck in my head was that terrifying moment I turned my face to exit the door in the hallway, and above me was hanging quite high in the air a pendant. The same one I was looking for. Fell to the ground after a few seconds, also out of nowhere. I remember my terror and at the same time happiness that I finally found the necklace. No one believed me, which completely flustered me. I saw it with my own eyes even though I didn't want to. I tried, and finally when I talked to my father about it again, the reaction was slightly different. I was more determined. That was because my boyfriend also felt a presence when the parking sensor started going crazy. It was as if somebody was standing behind the car, but there was nothing and no one. So I spoke with my father privately. He said that he knew that this was my grandfather. He mentioned the same areas that were worrying me and my partner. I'm not afraid of this spirit, but the vision that paranormal phenomena are real, and I am afraid that I really cannot explain it, and it was not the sphere of my interests or what I would have wanted to experience at the time. For background, my grandfather was an extremely violent person, especially to many members of my family. He was an alcoholic who died alone and probably burned internally from alcohol. That's because his body, as witnesses from the family said, was black and charred. He destroyed my grandmother's rosaries, and if it's possible that he contacted me after death, why would he throw the blessed necklace at my feet? My grandmother, grandfather from my other side of the family were also already dead. None of them were that tall. My grandmother certainly wouldn't have to do something like that with Mary's necklace. Who knows? Maybe these energies aren't strong enough sometimes. Maybe this is what happened to just me. This necklace was held casually as if with 2 fingers and simply thrown to the ground in a gesture of dissatisfaction. Simply released from the grip of the fingers, this necklace. I'm far from church or fanaticism, so I'm even more tormented by this inexplicable memory for me. Haunted Family Farm. Shadow Man. I'm 5th gen on the property, so it's been a long time since we first settled there. Many people lived there long before us, from what we know. It's over 1,000 acres in rural Oregon. It's along the Willamette River. Since the moment we moved into the main farm, well, the farmhouse, after my mother became head of the farm, it was non-stop activity. My room was the absolute worst in the house. First thing I ever encountered was a shadow man who I believed was the original farm manager who was buried alive in the room below mine. Apparently, it was after falling asleep smoking a long time ago. His name was Thomas Knights. At first, he would peek over at me from my closet, would set off an old Ernie doll that my grandmother had left in there. Eventually, he started to stand at the edge of my bed and just stare. Thought it was just an active imagination. Till I got older, And my sisters and cousins started to tell me that they had seen him too. My sister told me that she hated when I would leave the door open at night. He'd do that when I was away because he would stand in my door frame and watch her since her room was across the hall and her door was always open at the night. My cousin had told me that one day when they were young, she was running out of the sister's room and had just happened to peek into mine as the door was ajar and told me that she had seen a shadow man leaning casually on my bed frame holding a cigar-like shape in his hand. He was always harmless, and I often spoke to him out of the boredom, sort of, but normally would just watch me from the edge of the bed my whole life. Just be there, and the last time I saw him was the night before I moved out for college. I was sitting in my bed, lamp on. I was saying my last goodbye before I left for school, and I don't know what I did, but I must have pissed him off or something, because as soon as I finished my sentence, I felt a sharp pain down my thigh, and ripped my covers back to see 3 long scratch marks. They were starting from the top of my leg to my knee. I was upset, so I basically said, fine, I guess that's how it's gonna be. Slept on the couch because I didn't want to deal with them. I have so many stories I could go on and on about children speaking through the crack of my window at 1 a.m. The sounds of screaming in the trees, or the whistling in the woods, or the mysterious babies crying and so forth. The lady in the house. I've had a thing for the paranormal ever since I was 3. I was sleeping in the same room with my parents at the age, and my dad usually fell asleep watching the TV. A few times he fell asleep, and TV was on a show called A Haunting. Man, I was terrified by it. But in the same time, I couldn't get enough of it. When I was 7, I started watching documentaries about paranormal, almost on a daily basis. I was interested in finding stories from people in my village. I live in the countryside in Romania, and man, there's a lot going on here. After a while, I felt as if something was in or around my house, and now this may not sound logical, but I knew and kind of still know whatever that thing is not human. And it was there because I've showed interest in paranormal. Started seeing this lady when I went to bed. I don't know how to describe it. I didn't see it as a human being that stood there. I just had the image in my head and simply knew something was there. I was terrified, but still wasn't sure if it wasn't just a dream, even though I wasn't sleeping, but I was trying to find excuses. Then one night I was sick of it. Got up and said, listen, I'm sick of you tonight. I'm going to go to sleep. And if you wake me up, you'll be just as terrified of me as I am of you. Now imagine a 7-year-old saying that to a demon. And as I'm saying, I thought I was dreaming all the time, and next day, though, my mom asked me who I was talking to, and I just said, nobody. After that, I haven't seen that lady again till this day. But, sorry, I have to write so much. About a year ago, I had an even weirder experience. It's in my courtyard. I had this beside the house I live in. It's an old house. We used to stay there, but it was too small, and we moved out and used it as sort of a storage place. One summer evening, I'm outside with my little cousin. She was 3. She's on a rocker in front of my house. She asked me who lives in the old house, and I told her that, well, nobody did. She was 3, totally unfocused on my answer, and asked me again and again, and I said, nobody lives there. She was looking at the house and said, yeah, nobody lives there, just a lady. Is it necessary to say that my heart dropped? I was trying not to look panicked so I don't scare her. I didn't ask her what lady and told her that there's nothing there. I just asked her, where is the lady? Just to make sure, and she immediately pointed to one of the windows. Obviously, I saw nothing there. The same moment my mom and aunt came outside, I just went to her and told her to ask my cousin who was in the house, and, well, My cousin said without hesitation, "The lady," pointed to the window again. My mom turned pale. But then she said, "She's just like you." Never mentioned it again till this day. The house was demolished about a month ago, so no more lady in the house anymore, or at least for now. I have many other experiences, like personal experiences or from other people, and if you all want to know more, just let me know. Hospital experience. For almost 3 years now, I've been studying at a nursing school. Half of the study year, I spent it in the hospital practicing. Here's my one and only experience that I had there so far. I'm working in the afternoon shift, and I was the only student to practice that day. Therefore, I had access to all the rooms, and usually we got only a few patients' rooms to work with, depending on the nurse that guides us. There was this one room, 11 I think, and had only 2 beds and a lot of space, so they kept their sort of EKG machine and sometimes a wheelchair or 2. One nurse sent me there to get an EKG machine, and because the door was closed and I didn't get into that room at all that day, I entered silently because I thought there were patients there and I didn't want to disturb them. When I got in the room, I noticed it was empty. But the bathroom door was opened, and I could hear breathing, like a very deep kind of breathing. I knew that was a new patient that got to the section a few minutes before and thought it was her in the bathroom, so didn't focus too much on that. Did my job with the EKG, and when I brought it back to the room, I noticed that none of the beds were touched. Couldn't hear the breathing. Stood there for a few minutes trying to understand if it was only my imagination, or did I really hear someone breathe in there? Got to the conclusion that I probably heard a patient from the other room, and I just decided to ignore it. A few days later, I heard the breathing again, but this time I was in the hallway. Door was opened, and when I got inside, it stopped. That time, I got a bit annoyed. I thought I was losing my mind or something, but again decided to wash it off because there's no one there. The last time I heard it, and probably the creepiest time, it wasn't even breathing. It sounded like a faint snoring. I went fully on investigation mode. Went in the room, checked the windows, checked the bathroom. I looked for any vent or anything there, nothing in the room, but I could hear clearly as I hear myself speaking. I even checked the other rooms, but nobody was sleeping at that time. It was lunchtime. Step into the realm of the extraordinary with Paranormal M. Subscribe now and stay tuned for haunting episodes that will leave you breathless. Let's unravel the mysteries together. I don't trust my senses anymore. I work as an operator and shift manager. It's in an incineration plant for chemical waste. 2 years ago, I changed my company. That's because at my previous company, there was an incident in which me and my crew nearly died. Management pretty much said to me, "You nearly died, so let's try to avoid it in the future." And they didn't really come up with a new safety concept. Assholes. Back to the story. I changed my workplace, and now I operate an incineration plant. Again. But this one's much smaller. Pretty cool here with the work environment. The plant is part of an industry complex in a forest, and around the incineration plant is only forest except one of the production departments, sort of like our direct neighbor. A few months into the job, some of my coworkers told me that sometimes weird things happen in our department. What they meant is that sometimes you can hear footsteps near you, or see a shadowy figure around a corner. Sounds interesting, right? Well, They had a pretty logical explanation for this. We not only use the incineration plant for chemical waste in form of liquids like solvent, but we also burn away the toxic fumes that our other departments produce. So, our direct neighbor has one production line in their basement, and the fumes this line produces are being sent through underground pipes. Those go through our basement into the plant to burn away. These fumes are not super dangerous, but at a high concentration they can cause hallucinations. But, and that's another but, the pipes are pretty old, I think around 50 plus years. I've seen better days. But because of the, economy crisis in the last years, the management decided to pause repairing projects like old leaking pipes like in our basements. So, if you had the AC shut off for a longer period of time inside the basement, these fumes would concentrate, and when you work there, you might get hallucinations. They said that most of the quote-unquote weird stuff was probably caused by this. So now, really back to my experience. About 1 month ago, I had night shift and my coworker for the night was sick, so I was alone. 99.99% of the night shifts, nothing would happen. Then you just make 2 inspection tours through the plant to get some data, see if there's any issues. So I didn't really think much about being alone, even when it was my first time alone in this company. I was even happy. That's because I planned to watch a movie. So I was there at the night shift and made my first inspection tour. Nothing unusual until I needed to get some data from the basement. I went downstairs, walked to the sensors for the data. Suddenly, I heard a creaking sound from behind me. Then I heard footsteps walking down the metal stairs. I turned around, but I didn't see a thing, of course. But I was a bit curious. Why? Well, these stairs are sturdy as fuck. One of my coworkers is pretty obese, super nice guy though, love him. And when he walked down these stairs, they didn't make the same loud noise I heard just now. So whatever it was that made this sound needed to be 370 plus pounds. I came to the conclusion that this must be hallucinations made by these fumes, so I decided to continue my tour and then turn the AC for later. But during this tour, I also saw a shadowy figure at one corner. But I still thought, nah, just the fumes. 4 hours later, I made my second and final inspection tour. Like before everything normal. Then came the basement. I still shake a bit when remembering this. I walked down again, AC turned on, remember, so usually no fumes. And as I walk down, I can hear footsteps again directly behind me. I turned around, but nothing to see. I then continued to go to the sensors, and suddenly, I hear footsteps again. This time, not walking, but running. I turn around in a flash, and I can see a shadow just in time as it goes around the corner. I was a bit shaken, but I hurriedly collected the data and wanted to go back up and just leave the basement alone for tonight. As I walk upstairs again, I hear this charging footsteps. But this time from 2 directions, one from behind and one from upstairs. I have enough, I just charge upstairs myself, and as I reach the top of the stairs, I slightly turn around and what I see looks like a massive shadow halfway up the stairs. I run back to the control room, shut the door. Then I remember, I had the AC turned on. That means there shouldn't be any fume concentration high enough to cause this kind of hallucination. Then I begin to shake. And this time for real. I stand up and I ponder if I should check the AC downstairs or just wait it out. As I stand before the door to leave the control room, I hear footsteps behind the door. Quiet footsteps. But definitely footsteps.
I made my decision to not be a hero and just wait for the next shift. Later, the next shift came. Told them about my night shift. They first laughed it off and said that probably the AC was shitty again. I laughed with them and agreed, even though I didn't really completely agree with the argument of a broken air conditioning. The next 2 days I had a weekend and I forgot about it. Then the next Monday, I just arrived from my early shift and I'm chatting with the guys from the night shift. My quote-unquote experience comes up again. I begin to laugh like a few days ago. But my coworkers didn't seem to laugh as well, so I just asked them why. Well. As it turned out, the AC was completely fine. But what made my experience really scary was something else. Our neighboring department, which produces these fumes, wasn't running. Because of a lack of customers, they didn't have all the lines active for the year, and at my night shift, they had all production lines turned off. That means they could never produce these fumes, which made whatever I saw there not hallucinations caused by the fumes, but something else. Whatever I saw and heard in that basement was real. No hallucinations like many experienced all the time. Nope. I just had experienced something that scared everyone. My coworkers are now all kind of cautious of the basement, understandably. And the manager of the incineration plant reported this to the higher-ups. They began to start an investigation about 2 weeks ago, but till now didn't find a logical cause how this noise and shadows were being created, and they didn't even find a solution. They now plan to repair these pipes as soon as possible, and in the next week we'll install cameras, maybe some sensors too, and hopefully we'll find out what happens in this basement. Ask Reddit. I worked at a nursing home for 6 years. We had a lot of creepy stuff happen. I think the worst one for me was this little lady that had dementia. She was seriously gone, minute to minute. She would just moan and cry. These sounds like drawn out almost, like help, help me, help, over and over. It wasn't screaming, but it was loud, and it was a sad calling. It didn't really matter what you did. You could go and sit with her for an hour playing Uno or talking about her kids, and as soon as you left, she would think that she'd be alone for that entire time. The calls for help would just start up again. To make an attempt at combating it, we'd try to keep her out of a common area or next to the nurse's desk. Or rather out in a common area. But at night, when we're trying to get her to sleep, it's important to keep her into her room. So one night at 11-ish, it's me and one other person. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. That was loud. So, ignoring the cow, one night at 11-ish, oh my gosh. It's me and one other person. We're just generally waiting for lights to go off. Everyone is asleep or hanging out quietly in their rooms. The cries for help me start up and I head to her room. She's sitting straight up in bed and calling for help. That's because she's been alone so long. You have to help me, you have to. And honestly, at this point it was pretty routine. Although creepy to hear sometimes. So I calm her down and promise that I'm just outside her door. Hopefully she would try to sleep. She lays down, closes her eyes, so I head back to the nurse's station. And at this point I just want to interject that somebody needs to be at the station at all times in case call lights go on. I didn't want to leave my partner alone too long in case somebody called and she needed to tag team. Sure enough, I'm back at the station for maybe 10 minutes. That's when calls start happening again. Please, anybody help me. Somebody please help me.
head back to her room, repeat the process of calming her down and telling her she should try to get some sleep. I head back to the nurse's station once she settled into bed with her eyes closed. Another short time just goes by and the calls go up again. I head back to her room and I'm ready to soothe her with the usual routine. That's when she grabs my arm and pulls me close. "Every time you leave the room, he comes back." Now, this woman usually forgets who I am, even if she's seen me in the past 5 minutes. The creepy dialogue, plus the fact she knew I'd been there before, absolutely sent a chill down my spine. I asked her who comes when I leave. She just kept pointing toward a mirror above her little dresser. "He comes back and he smiles at me. It's not the nice kind of smile." Needless to say, I packed her up and we had a little pajama party at the nurse's station that night. Good on you. Spiritual experience. A few years ago, I had an experience that left me shook. I was in a bad place in life. I had just broke up with my girlfriend of 5 years, and it was a messy breakup. I was staying at my grandparents' house at the time, and I woke up at 3 a.m. to use the bathroom. And by the way, I usually never wake up around that time to use the bathroom. I was in the basement, and the bathroom was just down the hall. I left the door open because nobody would be awake at that time, so I'm just standing at the toilet, but something caught my eye that went past the door, almost like a flash of a shadow. I got goosebumps from my ankles all the way up to my ears, and I never get goosebumps. My room I was staying in was one of the 2 that were down the hall. It was down the hall I saw this shadow flash, like whatever you want to call it. I started back to my room with this weird sense of a presence. When I laid down, I felt like I was being watched, or some presence was present in the room. Then this heavy feeling on my chest, as if someone were pressing weight down onto me. The hair on my head felt like it was moving, as if somebody brushing their hand across the tips of my hair. Same with the hair on my face, like when you brush your hand across your face. I was certain something was sitting over me. The next morning, I woke up, went for breakfast, and my grandpa was the first one up in the kitchen. Told him about what went down last night. He didn't seem as struck as I'd figured he would be. He said, "Talk to your grandma." So I told my grandma, and she told me from the side of her family that apparently there'd been a lot of spiritual connections, like her sister and my mom, that I had a gift. My mom told me whatever she was going through in rough times, her grandma would come to her in her sleep. And ever since this experience, it was like a mood lifter that brought me out of my depressed state. Last year, my grandpa had passed away. It was devastating on all of us. It was hard to keep myself together when I was out there. But one day I was in the shop, and that's where we spend most of the time, or rather he does. I was in the office, and that's when I heard him call my name clear as day. It was as if we were working on something and he had called me across the room. As I stepped out into the main shop, my goosebumps were back, and I could feel his presence, and ever since that day, it's like a flipped switch. I could finally talk about him without getting choked up. Now every time I feel a presence in a room, I don't get as tensed up. I confront it. Just figured I would share my experience. I'm glad you did. Alone at the office. Going back about 7 or 8 years ago, I was working in customer service at an office building. This is a hard word. Ooh boy. Mississauga. A building in Mississauga, Ontario. Mississauga? Anyhow, the nature of the accounts I managed meant my shift started and ended later than those of everyone else in the office. So I was regularly in the office alone, even up to the very last hour of every day. Right off the bat, we're talking about relatively newish low-rise office building. It's in a downtown location. During late afternoon, but otherwise known as daytime. This is not at all what comes to mind when you think of an off-putting occurrence, and it made it all the easier to write off, at first. My desk was arranged in a way that I faced one of those gray fabric dividing walls, with my computer angled into a corner on the right, and out of the peripheral vision on my left, I could see into the gap between my work area and my supervisors across from me. This gap and the same peripheral vision afforded me some view of the HR office door, and the late afternoon sunlight that streamed into the open area where another work area is arranged on the opposite side of a divider that I was facing. Long story short, with all the factors mentioned above, there was no reason for me to think twice of movement. Maybe it was somebody hunched over or just something darting quickly past the divider to likely grab something they forgot on the desk that, sat opposite of me, like I said. That same person, having found what they were looking for, slipped back out and got my attention returned to whatever I was doing. Some days later, around the same time, I caught the same fleeting glimpse out of the corner of my eye of the same dark shape darting past, clipping through the sun toward the desk on the opposite side of the divider. Noticing this, it sort of become a pattern. I stepped around the end of my desk to make a smart-ass comment, only to find no one there. And again, this was something that at the time left me more confused than scared. And it also happened another handful of times, always the same dark shape, same quick movement in the same spot, and around the same time. It would be awful if you needed a hole puncher, even after you were dead. A random comment. Seeing a ghost. This happened when I was like 6 years old, but I was sleeping with my grandma. She owned an old detached house basically in the middle of nowhere. I was asleep in my room with my parents in a separate room. I would have already been asleep as it was late at the time, but I woke up and in the room there was a large full-length mirror, which was right next to the bed. 6-year-old me looked into the mirror, and I saw a girl standing there. She looked like your typical Bloody Mary ghost, long black hair over the face and a white dress. She also looked soaking wet. I stared for a while and I just couldn't look away. Thinking deeper into it as I got older, the soaking wet part is so scary. It's like there was a river that ran through my grandparents' garden. I could not move or scream. I remember trying to shout at my mom, but I just was paralyzed in fear. However, thankfully, my mom ended up coming into the room and started consoling me as I told her what I had seen. Of course, as soon as she entered, the woman in the mirror disappeared. I looked like a crazy child who just had a bad dream. My mom then left the room to go back to bed. But I just couldn't take my eyes away from this mirror. As soon as she left, the woman in the mirror reappeared, but alongside her was another female apparition. This was weird, because the second female was all blacked out like a shadow, whereas the woman I had initially saw, they were in full detail. The second woman had an old Victorian-style outfit on, like a puffy dress, a floral hat, but I could tell by the outline at least. Eventually, I went back to sleep. And when I woke up, I remember not being able to leave my parents' side, even though they laughed and made jokes to me, trying to wind me up about it and debunk the whole thing. I remember the next morning there was a basement-type room that had been converted into an office space. The lights were turned on, although no one had been there, and when flicking the switch, they wouldn't turn off. Eventually they did, which made me even more scared. The main thing I remembered from this experience was that everyone was able to laugh, and I lived my life comfortably knowing that it was just my child imagination, or maybe a one-off sleep paralysis experience. However, as I got older, my mom began to tell me stories of when she was younger living in the same house, and how footsteps and door slamming would occur. It really freaked me out, and I've always been a believer ever since then. The Demon in the Attic. Years ago, when I was around 13, I was in a relationship with a girl whom I visited pretty frequently, almost every day after school if I could. Due to me visiting her so often, I got to know her, and her family, and her home a lot more. They were very kind people, but they were just a little bit off. At the time, I really wasn't a very religious person. However, my girlfriend and her family were Satanists. Whoa. Alrighty then. When I first heard that, I thought it was a joke. Yeah. But soon I realized that they were being serious. And I wasn't too surprised or bothered by it. She later told me that her house was haunted, and me being the biggest skeptic, kinda just brushed it off and showed interest. That way we could just keep talking. After a while, I start noticing things in the house that were in fact unsettling. But like I told you, I was quick to dismiss them. Figured anything had a logical explanation behind it, so I might try and claim it was something paranormal. It started at first with small tapping sounds. And to be honest, at this time, I thought it was just the house settling or creaking due to the wind. We do live in Florida, so it wasn't too hard to believe that some weather could have caused the house to make noises. That's what I believe, since it was the most logical explanation. That was until we heard scratching coming from inside her closet. We thought it was her cat, especially since we would constantly bring her into the room and she liked to explore. We also thought maybe she snuck in and we closed the door on her and just kind of took her until that exact moment to try and attempt to even get out. Obviously, we got up, opened the closet door to find nothing. This was really peculiar. I shrugged it off. I figured maybe it was just a mouse or maybe a rat in the walls. She pointed out, though, that there were scratch marks all over the closet. They weren't high up. If anything, they were about at level with a common cat or a small dog. But again, like I said, the cat wasn't in the closet. They weren't even in the room. Needless to say, I was a bit weirded out. I wasn't scared, but I was clearly believing that something wasn't right. I don't know exactly what was wrong, but I was feeling off after this. Weeks go by. Even months go by. Some minor things keep happening. Mostly just the scratching, which has pretty much torn up the paint in the closet entirely at this point. But also other things, like the cat acting strange and weird sense of unease when you're in certain areas of the house. Particularly the restroom, the garage, and the master bedroom. I just assume that it all has a rational explanation, of course. Wasn't sure what it was, but I was stubborn and I was kind of dumb. One day, though, something was especially creepy. So creepy to me, in fact, that I'd actually started questioning whether or not there's such a thing as gods, demons, and ghosts. Something that'll stick with me forever. One day my girlfriend had invited me over, so I asked my mom and she dropped me off. I noticed there weren't any cars in her driveway. It wasn't really weird since her family did work often and they were usually out shopping. My girlfriend opens the door after I knock. She lets me in. First thing we did was head to her room to watch Third Rock from the Sun. I love that show. So while we're sitting there, we make some small talk. We go to the kitchen, grab some food, then we go back to her room and keep watching TV. At some point, though, hours later, we end up shutting off the TV and just start talking. Out of nowhere, though, we hear her older sister yell her name from right outside her door. We assumed that they were finally home from wherever they went. We went out there to check up on them. Weirdly enough, we didn't see her. We checked everywhere around the house and we didn't see her at all. We even yelled back but got no response. We chalked it up to us maybe hearing something and just assuming it had coincidentally sounded like her sister yelling her name. And like I said, stubborn and dumb. We head back to the bedroom, sit down, but this time we leave her bedroom door a little bit open, just in case her sister really did call for her and attempts to call again. After a few moments, we hear her sister calls her name again. However, this time it didn't sound like it came from behind the door. It sounded as if the entire house had just called her name. Not only was it loud and clear, but it also didn't change its tone and pitch and sounded like it was just a repeated audio from the last time she had called for her. Once again, we quickly bolt up, search around the house as fast as possible. Well, we thought it was her sister. Maybe she was just trying to play a prank on us or something. Once again, we didn't see her. We couldn't even trace where the sound was coming from. We even checked in all the areas where somebody could easily hide. Being dumb, well, we once again just said that it was probably nothing to worry about. About an hour or so goes by. We hear her dad's truck start to pull up to the house. We check out the window to watch him. Then the rear passenger door opens. It's her sister. We were baffled to say the least and wondered when and how she had left so quickly. We met them at the door and asked her what it was that she kept calling for. She looked at us with confusion and concern. What she and her dad told us makes me anxious to this day. Apparently, she was gone since 6 in the morning doing some shopping. We immediately tried calling her bluff, but her dad doubled down and seemed to get a little bit annoyed by this. He told us that they were indeed out shopping all day. Right after he told us this, we told her sister that we heard something that sounded exactly like her voice calling from the window. And when we tried finding whatever it was, it just kept coming up with nothing. Something must have really alerted and worried her sister, because after we told her this, she immediately went pale and looked sick. She told me that she would like to speak to my girlfriend in private real quick. And I brought her to the back porch. I went back to my girlfriend's room and just sat on her bed waiting for her to come back.
Oh, yeah?
After about 5 or 10 minutes, she came back and looked a little concerned, while also downplaying what had just happened. I asked her if everything was all right. She told me the following. Yeah, she asked if we had went to her room. I told her I did, and she got mad. She told me, though, that if we ever hear her voice while she's not home, do not go into her room. And right above her bed is an attic. And she told me how one time when she was sleeping, she had woken up in the middle of the night, saw that the attic right above her bed was cracked open. She told me she saw her own face staring back at her from inside the attic. And this is a true story, and something that's stuck with me for years. I'm 24 now, and though it's been a little over 10 years now, I feel as though it's just happened yesterday. If anybody or anyone knows exactly what that was, I'd love to know. They'd moved out of that house years ago, I was heavily debating on visiting the home, but I don't want to be that weird guy who knocks on a stranger's door to ask about ghosts and demons. Once again, though, I would greatly appreciate and love to learn about what that might have been. It's the only reason why I actually believe there might be either an afterlife or at least think there's monsters or demons in this world. That reminds me of my own story about, well, I'm not going to say accidentally, but it was accidentally going to a place similar to where he went to, without knowing. That was a strange Craigslist experience. But in general, if somebody says their whole family is Satanists, no matter what you believe in, at least put one eyebrow up there. Come on. Give me a break. A generational demon haunts my family. So this story doesn't actually begin with me, but with my grandmother. Let's call her Kathy. She's my grandmother on my mother's side, and let's call my mother Nancy. So my portion of it takes place in Alberta, in Canada. Now, Kathy wasn't exactly Mother of the Year, if you know what I mean. She had found the quote-unquote love of her life, and then she birthed a daughter. Then, when said love of her life was away on deployment, she had an affair. Nancy is the result of said affair. Love of Kathy's life returns, does the basic math, and leaves her with 2 daughters. One she loved, one she despised. Brutal. Now, I'm not going to go into all the ways Kathy severely abused Nancy right from infanthood, but I will tell you what started the paranormal part of this. I've had this story confirmed and verified by multiple people who walked in on this, so I do believe it's true. My grandmother was a self-proclaimed white witch, according to Nancy. And one day while Nancy was still an infant, she was used as, I don't know, honestly, a sacrifice or vessel, I have no idea. Kathy had drawn a symbol in a circle on the floor, surrounding it with red and black candles, then laid Nancy in the middle of it. Kathy's friend and I guessed somebody from Nancy's biological father's side walked in and saw this. Kathy was chanting and summoning something. Now later, when Nancy was a child, a bit older, and already severely traumatized, Kathy suddenly ran out the door, found a couple of Mormon missionaries on the sidewalk, and out of the blue, told them that she wanted to be baptized. So she was baptized. More trauma was delivered to Nancy, now with the help of religion, and later I was born. Now, bad luck seemed to just follow my mother like cancer. Cancer that could never be cured, too. She was abused by her mother, abused by her second husband, and, by the way, he tried to kill her 3 times. It was like she was cursed. Now, I'd experienced the paranormal before. When my Nana passed, she'd come to visit me as a spirit. She would tell me that she loved me and would always be there to watch over and protect me. I ran crying to my mother the next morning to tell her Nana had passed. She didn't even believe me until we got the call while I was trying to tell her what had happened. Fast forward to when I was 7, standing on my bed and peeking out the bedroom window. My bedroom was in the basement, so I was doing the best I could to watch the birds. When they suddenly flew away, it was almost like they were in a panic, and almost like they were horrifying. Or rather horrified, because there was this evil laughter I'd heard. It rang out beside my right ear, And mind you, there was a wall to my left, my whole room was empty, and my mother was upstairs with the baby. So I was all alone. Memory gives me the chills. And suddenly I started getting a taste of that bad luck. I was removed from my mother and placed with Kathy, who decided I was to be her next victim. Some abuse here, some trauma there. I learned what evil lurks in the heart of humans. Ugh. But Kathy wasn't the only one tormenting me. Things would show up in my room that weren't there before. I would get accused and abused for stealing. The motion alarm on my door was more like a gap, honestly. I would randomly just have this thing go off at night. It would lead to beatings and, well, I'd have things torn, broken, or thrown. I watched as a book suddenly flew at me. No one else was there. Lights would flicker. Mysterious bruises would appear. It would all get better or worse depending on how Kathy felt day to day. Poltergeist activity. Later, I was placed in a foster home. That was after a lovely woman reported Kathy to CFS, the Child and Family Services. I experienced minor activity, like there was a spirit of a little boy in the barn on their acreage. He left handprints on the ceiling pipes. I would sometimes see him peeking out of windows. I would wave when I saw him. He would wave back. Then I moved back in with my mother. Only it was like the older she got, the more she became like Kathy. Ugh. Like Kathy's evilness was infecting her. Nancy's tactics were more subtle, harder, and have proof for. Well, harder to have proof for. And then suddenly in 2022, I had one of the worst nightmares of my life. A mirror, like a small circular makeup mirror. It was made of gnarled branches and a fake eye just under the actual mirror part. The type of mirror that's about this, maybe as large as a small plate, like a saucer. I picked it up in my dream and I gazed into it, only for a demonic eye to suddenly be staring back at me. I dropped the mirror and ran out of my room. My stepfather just went down the hall and he asked what was wrong, and I couldn't even make a sound. Nothing was coming out, and I was getting weaker and weaker until I was on my hands and knees. Then I woke up. Now I left Mormonism when I was 15 and turned to paganism. I quickly was becoming a left-path witch. I work with low-vibration entities, taking the curse and using it to my advantage. I knew whatever made that laughter when I was a child had cursed me, but I never let it break me. So when I had this dream, I knew what to do. I immediately cleansed myself, grabbed some crystals to cleanse my dreams as I slept. Hadn't had a dream like that since. However, after the dream, not even a few days later, suddenly I noticed the bathroom lights flickering. Thinking nothing of it, I went about my day. Then my mother's toxicity and abuse suddenly ramped up, and so did the activity. Things are going missing or were found moved or broken. I knew pretty quickly what it was. A poltergeist. So my sister and I, she was just starting out as a witch, but noticed the changes too. We started trying to figure out how to banish the thing. Then one day my mother makes an offhanded comment about how causing or creating poltergeist was a fear of hers. That day, a book flew at me again. Eventually, my mother finds out about the poltergeist, accuses me of trying to turn my siblings against her, then bans all witchcraft in the house. She claimed I was abusing her with it. Oh my God. I cannot forgive my neighbors, and now I'm getting upset. They leave this dog outside every night crying. I don't know if the sound stopping is good or bad.
breaks my heart. Oh my gosh. The things that come without being able to choose where you live, huh? Eventually, my mother finds out about the poltergeist, accuses me of trying to turn my siblings against her, bans all the witchcraft in the house. She claimed I was abusing her with it. The activity ramps up even more. January 14th of 2023, I fled. The reasons weren't related to the poltergeist, more because I couldn't take the abuse any longer. I still feel the demon, though the activities come to an end. The same one Kathy summoned. It's there at my most vulnerable moments, when I'm depressed and when I have no hope. Those moments when I want to end my own existence. I can feel it waiting for something. I don't know its name, I just know it's there, following the woman, my mother, and then me. If my siblings have daughters, it'll be there too. I want to get rid of it, but I have no idea where to start. I wish I could edit that stuff out. Part of the charm, part of the dread. Damn it. Next story. Something is wrong with my house ghost. Hey, so I'm not sure why I'm posting, but I guess I just need to get it off my chest, at least somewhere that people don't know me. This way I don't seem like a crazy person. I've lived in my home for 15 years, and soon after moving in, we realized we had a house ghost and we named her Sandra. We don't mind her being here. She's pretty benign and just makes her presence known by moving items and turning on Alexa. Ooh. Oh yeah, it's a robot. Messing with the TV, and, well, you can occasionally get a glimpse of her in your periphery. I've only seen her full-bodied about 3 times in the 15 years of being here. Since having my youngest son, who's 5 now, I noticed Sandra starting to make her presence known more often, especially around guests to the house. I initially thought nothing of it, other than other people are seeing things happen and not just me. It's been pretty steady activity over the course of the 5 years. Until maybe 3 months ago. That was when I started hearing people talking in the house when I knew I was alone. But they were voices of people I knew. I'd hear my mom shouting my name, my auntie saying a random sentence, friends' voices, so on and so forth. I stood at the central point of the house and I called out to Sandra. I told her, I'm okay with her talking and using these people's voices, but I won't tolerate her if she starts to use my kids' voices. Then I'll see as if it's a lure. If I hear my boys call for me, I have to go to them. I left it at that. A few nights ago, my partner got woken up at 3 a.m. by my 5-year-old son crying. He went to comfort him, but on entering the room, he was still asleep. There was no sign that he'd been stirring or even upset, so he came back to bed and went to sleep. I was unaware of this until he came home from work the next day. The same night he had gotten up to check on him, I was woken up at 4:30 by my son telling me, "The lady's watching me and it's scaring me." So I put him into bed with us to sleep for the rest of the night. Good. Last night, my mom came over to my house to talk to me, and during our conversation, a chopping board that's been sat in the same place for about a week now, it fell forward onto the bench. Then we heard my 12-year-old son say, "Oh, sorry." And my 12-year-old was in his room. We live in a 3-story house, and his bedroom's on the 3rd floor. We were in the kitchen on the bottom floor of the house.
Fast forward to today, without the sound effect. My 5-year-old is off for school feeling unwell, and while laying in my bed watching YouTube, the TV kept changing video. The volume was being turned up and down, which obviously was upsetting my son. Can't help but feel like recently the activity's ramping up and it's becoming concerning. If anyone has any ideas on what could be happening, or solutions on how I could help the situation, I'd love to hear them. I've never seen this Alexa that people talk about. Kinda happy I've never seen one. Dark entity saw by multiple family members. A little background. While my family was building an old house, due to a conflict between my father and the contractor cast a spell on the house. That way, my family's business wouldn't do great. I don't believe it, but due to the fact that business wasn't good, I was quite skeptical. However, my old house was also sold. But only after selling did the new owner invite a feng shui master to find out that the house was apparently cursed. I didn't even know those guys did that. So after a weird encounter, I try to stitch things together, so to speak. Okay, right to the main part. This dark entity in a family of 4 is visible to all 3 of us. Haven't asked my mother. Talking about me first. After selling my old house, my family moved into a new house. I myself don't believe in spiritual things very much, so I didn't see anything ghostly from when I was a child to an adult. But that time I had a dream. I dreamed that I was laying in my bed sleeping, and there was a black entity, and for some reason I knew that this was a woman. This shadow walked around my mattress. I could still feel the mattress sinking in the footsteps of this female shadow. I was too scared to even move. Not that I wanted to move, but I couldn't. Next, the shadow lay beside me. I lay on the right side, the shadow lay down on the left side, turned to look at me with these bright red eyes. Then I woke up startled to see my grandmother opening the door to ask me if I was still sleeping. And by the way, my grandmother's still very healthy. Then I woke up startled again, seeing the same scene as in the dream just now, making me a bit disoriented. Ran out to ask my mother if my grandmother would come to our house to wake me up that morning. She said no. So I told this story to my sister. She also suffered only once, also a black shadow, but she didn't really know if it was male or female. She dreamed that she was sleeping. Then she woke up with this feeling of water dripping onto her cheeks. At that time, she felt extremely scared. That was because she realized there was a black shadow lying next to her and breathed into the back of her earlobe. That black shadow asked her a question that reminded her to this day, "You're scared, right?" Right after that, she woke up startled. And the last person I asked was my father. I asked him if he saw anything strange, saw any dark shadows. He said that when he was at his old house, there was a dark figure that often walked around his bed while he slept. Just like my description, many, many times. And bear in mind that neither my sister nor I believed these things. So maybe that's why we only saw it once and that one time. After that only instance, I don't see it anymore. The question was raised that this could be the female devil caused by the constructor's, or contractor rather, dark magic. Maybe it followed us to our new home. English is my second language, so forgive my mistakes. And my family live in a country in Southeast Asia, for the dark magic part. Well, they say fight fire with fire, huh? So maybe magic with magic. Or maybe I'm completely off base. One can hope, and one can dream.
My most recent paranormal experiences. So for about 6 months, I rented out a basement from a family. I lived in another state for work. It was just convenient and cheap at the time. And I pretty much had this thing working out for everyone. The basement wasn't finished, but had studs up where the walls would be. It had heat, but it had a cement floor, and living in the northern part of the United States during the winter, it regularly got quite chilly at times down there. So much so that I had 2 space heaters to keep warm. I feel ya. The family who owned the house had quite a bit of stuff piled up into the basement. And they were, well, mild pack rats. Not hoarder level, but you could tell that they hadn't really unpacked everything from their last move. Bags, boxes, totes, and everything all piled up. I had the one central area to myself where I had my bed, and my TV was set up, a few chairs and whatnot. It was like a small studio apartment. Anyways, I've had some paranormal experiences over my life. But this was on a new level. It began probably a couple of months after I moved in. I started feeling, I don't know, uncomfortable, I guess is the best way to describe it. So whenever I would go to bed for the night, I'm not usually one to be terrified of the dark, but I began to sleep with the light on in the next, well, quote-unquote, room over. Really, the only separation between my room and the next were like the wall studs, but it was uncomfortable, like I didn't feel okay in the dark and closing my eyes even. I'm not sure, just weird, I guess. As the weeks went on, and I would sit down there and play Xbox or watch TV, at least when I wasn't working, I would see a shadow move out of the corner of my eye, walking between the wall beams in the next room over. This was obviously concerning, but having had experiences before, I wouldn't say terrifying. Just like, oh, that's creepy. It was a fairly regular occurrence, maybe once or twice a week. Then the dreams started. I had recurring nightmares about a female apparition. Very scary looking with long flowing dark hair. The dream always took place in a house I didn't recognize, and I knew the spirit was in there with me. I didn't know where. It would always jump from behind a corner and scare the crap out of me. I would try to run away from it, but I couldn't move fast enough, and just before it would catch me, I would snap myself awake. Those were the worst parts of the experience there. I would just wake up shaken and usually be sweating and out of breath. Finally, I asked the homeowner if anybody had ever told her that there was something in the basement. I remember her face went pale a bit. She told me that other people had reported things happening down there from time to time. There were some examples, but I don't recall what they were now, but I do remember that she told me she had some belongings down there that once belonged to her first fiancé, which he had killed himself many years prior, but she had hung on to some of his stuff. I found my own place shortly after moving out. The dreams immediately stopped. Haven't seen a shadow figure since. Glad you guys can't see my hands. I'm waving them like an Italian. My encounter. This story takes place in East LA. That's when I was in 4th grade. I remember this happening after school, and there was this event going on around the same time at the auditorium. We didn't know what it was, but we saw a bunch of parents there, so I figured it was some type of play or something like that. Well, whatever was going on at the auditorium seemed to make the school open this particular restroom that was always closed. It was 4 or 5 of us just walking around after school. One of her friends says that he needs to pee, and ironically, we all have to go too. So we go to the nearest restroom, which was the one that was always closed. We all go pee, and one of her friends wants to go number 2. But all the stalls are somehow locked, so he crawls underneath one to use it.
Ew. I remember all of us talking about how it was all of our first time using this restroom and how weird it was always closed. Then we go to wash our hands and press the faucet for some water. And that's when we hear what sounds like a faint scream. We all just booked it. We all just looked at each other. We were all creeped out with that same look on our face, like, "You heard that?" kind of a look. Then one of her friends said something like it could be old pipes making the noise, and that perhaps the restroom is pretty old, hence why it's always closed. Once he said that, we all calmed down, and he proceeded to push the faucet, and I kid you not, we all heard it again, and this time, more clear. Sounded like it was saying, "Help me," in like faint agony. We all sprinted out that restroom, and we all got outside and were looking at each other like we heard what exactly was said. A couple of seconds later, our friend that went underneath the stall comes out running and crying hysterically, saying why did we leave him alone, and that it was next to him. And I'm 30 now, but sometimes I think about what was it that we all heard that day, and what my other friend meant by it being next to him. Felt a presence at my old house, and it didn't turn out well. This story takes place a few years back. I moved in with my cousin to his mobile home in Snellville, Georgia. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. My cousin takes the master bedroom since it has its own bathroom. I really didn't mind. We would sometimes throw house parties, and when the restroom was being used, I would go to the master bedroom and use the bathroom there. But every time I went to use it, it was cold and felt like someone was watching you. I would instantly feel chills, like even felt my buzz going away. A couple days later, his girlfriend shows up to the house and starts complaining how his room is always cold and how he needs to buy a heater. That remark kind of caught me off guard because I thought that I was the only one that felt it. After she leaves, my cousin and I just go outside for a smoke. Then I ask him, "Why is your room always cold? It feels like you're being watched." To which he looks surprised, then tells me he feels the same, and even leaves the TV on to sleep. I mention, what if it's haunted? He looks visibly uncomfortable when I said that. Shortly after he moves all of his stuff to the other bedroom, we just started using the master bedroom as the guest room or for kickbacks. Not much really happened after that, and we eventually moved out a few months after. A young couple moved in with their kids, and life just kept going. Almost a year from when that family moved in, the father comes back from work after finishing his night shift, sees the house surrounded by police and paramedics. The police tell him the house caught on fire last night, and that no one had survived. He had a wife and 3 daughters that were 5 and under. House fire was only in the master bedroom apparently and didn't spread any further. That's where the woman was sleeping with their daughters that night. The whole story is tragic, but it still creeps me out knowing that I wasn't the only one that felt like that there. Oof. Ask Reddit. It was 2005. I had just graduated high school. I was attending a 4-year university in a town nearby. My husband and boyfriend at the time was also attending a university close by, so we decided to move closer to campus. We found a couple who owned a house just down the street from my husband's school, renting out a room. They seemed nice, mid-20s, also attending school, and, well, another couple made the roommate situation less awkward. A few months go by. We get along with the guy great. He's laid back and hilarious, enjoys craft beers and good food. The girl we find is a little difficult at times with her type A personality, but we don't fight, and we learn to bite her tongue at times to maintain peace. I'm bad at that, as you probably can tell. The couple starts to have fights, usual couple stuff, but over the course of a few days they become more frequent and louder. They end up with her in tears and one of the others storming out of the house. During this time, she comes to us and says that they've decided to rent out the remaining free room of the house for extra money. They would be renting it out to somebody they worked with, and assured us that we would like them. My husband and I weren't really keen on another roommate, especially since their room would be next to ours and we would now have to share a guest bathroom. But we understood financial stress, and it wasn't our house nor our decision. The guy moves in, early 30s, bald, pale, blue eyes, very talkative, eccentric, and overall strange. He was the type who would overly stress how different he was. He would get into fits over society and how ignorant the masses were. He was a recluse most of the time, but once he was out of his room, the whole house had to hear whatever it was he was rambling about. I enjoy a good conversation, and being that this guy was my roommate, I felt the need to entertain his rants. About a month into him staying with us, he admitted to me that he was a Satanist. Ugh. At first, not a big deal. I actually knew a few in high school. Though we weren't friends, I didn't mock them. I even have a copy of the Satanic Bible, which I borrowed from a friend who later passed just to see what it was all about. Sorry for laughing. One night, I wake up from my sleep with a strange feeling. At first, I don't want to open my eyes for fear that somebody will be standing over me. But I convince myself to. Nothing's there. Then why isn't the sinking in my stomach going away? I haven't moved, my eyes are scanning the room in fear. And just then, the covers move. I look at the bottom right corner of the bed and I notice a pinch in the sheet. It says they were sliding off. I'm dreaming. This isn't real. I look over at my husband asleep next to me and notice the covers moving down from his chest slowly toward his stomach. I gasp. Shadow darts across the room where the wall and the ceilings meet. I wake up my husband freaking out and he has to console me back to sleep. The next day, after only a few hours of sleep, I go into the kitchen for breakfast. Our new roommate is already there on the table. I figure that he would believe me and without hesitation tell him my experience. He looks surprised. He gets up, goes to his room, and brings back a spiritual notebook, or rather, a spiral notebook. He shows me some sign inside it that he drew and explains that he is apparently, I know, Gecko, a chaos magician. And that night at around 3 a.m. he cast a spell on the female roommate of the house. I have no idea why. According to him, it was a demon that was supposed to carry it out, and they can get sidetracked with other mischief, or so he put it. He apologized profusely, to which point I told him if he didn't control his magic, I would let it be known to the other couple in the house, and he would most likely have to find another place to live. Yeah. Didn't experience anything like that again afterwards, and I noticed that he had started drawing the symbol around the house and on the sidewalk with chalk. Still wonder what the spell was that he cast and what exactly that was that I experienced. Don't make me come over there. Come on. Now I feel bad for complaining about my neighbors. At least they're not drawing satanic symbols with chalk outside my house or place. My sister and I saw a Pukewuji as kids. When my sister and I were young, we both saw a Pukewuji in our bedroom. We shared a bunk bed and a trailer as kids, and I slept on the bottom. She was on the top, and I was 4 or 5. She was 7, I think. Late one night, I was getting ready to fall asleep. I saw something moving out of the corner of my eye. A 3-foot-tall, slightly glowing, grayish-blue, goblin troll-looking figure. It entered into our bedroom. It moved slowly as if it were just wandering. It had an elongated nose, fingers, ears, feet, and a long hedgehog-type hair down its back. It had a long, skinny torso. Sort of was fit and lean with muscle. The entity was wearing a Native American type of an outfit as far as cloth over its body. The entity walked into the middle of the room, stopped, looked at both of us with a blank stare, staring into our eyes. We were both dead quiet. It was weird. I didn't feel scared or threatened when it looked at me. It's more like a feeling of respect and wariness. Stare didn't last too long. The entity then looked forward. It continued its walk and disappeared through the wall, never to be seen again. I remember asking my sister, "Did you see that?" She said, "Yes." I then grabbed my Nerf gun that was on my bed next to me. I just told my sister that if it comes back, I'll shoot it. She said, "Okay," and went to sleep. Told her parents, they didn't believe us. No big deal. I guess you could say we weren't distressed about it. But we did both remember the exact details of our sighting throughout the years growing up and bring it up every now and then. As kids and growing into adulthood, we had no idea what we saw. We just remembered the exact details of it. Fast forward to when I'm in my 20s. I was watching a ghost hunting show. I forgot the name of it. But I think it was a group of college students. This group would describe what type or ghost and go beyond just saying that you have ghosts. Anyways, they were describing the ghost they thought was haunting the property. Started saying that this ghost is from Native American folklore. It's 2, maybe 3 feet tall and gray. Hold the phone. Boy, did my ears ever perk up. Continuing, they said it likes to prank and lead people into trouble. Then they finally said the ghost they thought it was. The Pukewuji. I immediately searched Google Images and wow, never would have thought I'd see that thing again. I found damn near the exact same figure I saw as a little boy with my sister. Many pictures and instances. What a gut-wrenching feeling. I sent a picture of the Pukewuji to my sister via text. I didn't tell her what it was that I had found. Only sent the sort of, the 2 eyes closed smiley face emoji. She said, "Oh my God, where the fuck did you find that?" And that's the thing that we saw that night. We then talked a while on the phone, recalling details yet again on what we saw all those years ago. But with more uneasiness and excitement this time. Can't believe how random that was. Got to reading all about the folklore and searching images. Pretty good depictions from what they looked like. Some scary ones too. The one we saw didn't have big fangs or claws that I remember. Or it chose not to show it to us as we perhaps weren't considered to be a threat. But anyways, just wanted to share my story. I was having a deep discussion with Grok 3 earlier and talking about the whole meaning of life and how all religions and cultures view the afterlife. Sparked that memory. Fed the memory to Grok and asked for people's similar experiences. Told me about this subreddit. So now I'm posting here to find anyone else who's experienced things and maybe you'd like to share. Stories entirely true. It's the only reason I believe there might be entities. If I'd only seen it by myself, I probably wouldn't have believed it. Would have thought I was dreaming or chalked it up to a little kid's imagination. But for my sister to see the exact same thing as me and be 3 years older, as small children with zero influences or even internet on, what a Pukewuji is, and then to have it revealed to me 20 years later through randomly watching a ghost hunting show is just fucking wild to me. And to add to the story, I don't know how true it is, but There was always rumors growing up that there was a Native American burial ground in the area where we lived at the time in northwest Ohio, which makes it even more surreal. Stay weird, friends. Baby monitor, bad experience. Years ago, around 2013, that was when my daughter was over 1 year old, and at around 4 a.m., I heard a sound from the baby monitor, the old radio version at the time, which I will never forget. It was a completely disembodied sound of what sounded like a screech of an old lady. The stuff you can usually relate to from horror movies. I swear that the sound had me in an instant panic. Just a couple of seconds later, whilst I was totally frozen from my absolute fear, through the baby monitor, I heard the music of a toy which must have suddenly turned on. The toy was a Ferris wheel which required just an inch of manual turning of the wheel to activate the sound. There was one significant realization that had me literally freeze in fear. The toy was on a high shelf, which Juliet, my daughter, would have had to literally stand up on the bed to access, which I would have found very odd. I rushed into her room in total fear and panic, and there she was, just sound asleep, as if nothing had happened entirely. And on the shelf up high, way beyond reach above the foot of her bed, was the Ferris wheel, cheerfully turning, and the music singing in full swing. From that instant onwards, I never used that infernal device. Promised to myself to never use any sort of radio comms in my flat ever again. Not sure if any of you can relate to any of this, but it was truly terrifying. Mimic Demon, NASWI, Washington State. Anybody else have this happen? So last night I drove onto the Naval Air Station. It's at Whidbey Island in Washington State. This is a very common thing as my boy plays soccer at the athletic field a few times a week. It was around 6 p.m. and dark. My 14-year-old son, he wanted to get a practice in, a solo one, and he's very serious and plays competitively in many leagues and teams. Kept my van lights on and shined them onto the field. That was while I stayed in my van to read a book. Ended up texting and scrolling, of course. Tisk, tisk. About 20 minutes into his solo practice, I get a text from my son that says, "Something repeated back what I said." I immediately got the chills as I watched him frantically pack up about 10 soccer balls into a bag. My son is super confident, not afraid of much, so his body movements were unusual and showing fear. And at that moment, as I'm watching him, contemplating on putting my boots on to go out there, my van suddenly dies. My soccer mom van, a 2018 Pacifica, just dies, lights off, nothing. My son starts waving his phone light at me, thinking I'm playing a prank on him. After 3 or 4 attempts to restart my van, nothing. Finally, as he's walking toward me with a bag of balls and a backpack, it starts back up again, lights on. "Mom, lock the car." I start driving away and he tells me that he had hit a great goal and then yelled, "That's a banger." And then immediately heard somebody from about 3, maybe 4 yards away say in his voice, "That's a banger." He told me he thought he was going crazy and decided to test it. Then he said, "I'm gonna dip out now." And the voice said perfectly in his voice, "I'm gonna dip out now." As we drove off the base, I asked if he wanted me to just pray. He said yes, so we did. We ended up driving past our neighborhood as we were waiting for my husband and 16-year-old son to get back from driving practice. He takes his driver's license test on Wednesday. Wishing him luck. And as we kept driving, I decided to pray again. We drove into the parking lot of a Walmart and parked, and just realized I'd parked right next to my husband's car, and I started crying. Not sure why. Maybe fear or relief thinking I'm parked here, but this is just crazy. My son and I both said that we should tell him what just happened, but no way are they going to believe it. We told them, and my husband was unimpressed, and my 16-year-old son had shared that his friend had a similar experience in the woods somewhere in Washington State. My son and I are a little bit spooked still. I had to share this just to get it out. I also wanted to find out if this has happened to anyone else, especially on the base here at Wood Bay. We've been on this athletic field and track for years, and nothing like this has ever happened. Sincerely. Oops. I screwed up almost the last word, really. Sincerely, a freaked-out mom and her footballer son. And same premise. From a guy over here. See ya. Sweet dreams.